us where is you're enriched 60% enriched uranium, we're going to bomb you again. The moment you tell us, we're going to bomb you again. We're going to start a new round of war. Are they stupid? Do you really believe that they're stupid to talk, to show you where they put? Because they did the operation in the southern part of Isfahan. Because of that, they thought that they're going to go there and in the nuclear facility, they're going to grab the enriched uranium, or at least 50%, 30% of the enriched uranium, which was failed. If you cannot do it militarily, you may negotiate, you may somehow, as they did before, JCPOA, those days are gone. Iran has signed JCPOA, but they're not willing to sign it again. Those days are gone. This is the new reality, a new calculation on the part of Iran, a new strategy. The strategy toward the United States is confrontation means fighting the United States in the Persian Gulf. They know that they're capable of fighting back. They know, they understood, they didn't want this war. They were so because when you talk, you remember what was the atmosphere before this war started. Many people were arguing, Iran is just a little country, look at the military budget. Even Saudi Arabia, 10 times the budget of their defense budget is 10 times the defense budget of Iran. How can a country like Iran defend itself against the United States? Together with Israel and with the cooperation of GCC countries. You remember when they were sending all these aircraft carriers to the region. Oh, so this is the end for Iran. Did that happen? No. And Iran knows that. And those people who were doubtful in Iran, mostly those people who were going to negotiate, let's negotiate because if they attack us, we're going to be destroyed. Those people have changed their mind. They're just seeing the brutal reality of what's going on between Iran and the United States. They see how capable is Iran today to fight back. And how desperate is the Trump administration. They're basically begging for a deal with Iran.
That's a long question. Sounds like one of mine. Good evening, everybody. It feels like there's a lot of things happening. I don't really have a framework in my mind of how to talk today. So maybe this can be, some of you can tell me some things about MMTLP or NRGV, or there was some news on finger motion. Maybe you have some thoughts on Railtown. Tomorrow, it is the anniversaire. Let me confirm that. Yeah, by my memory, tomorrow is the anniversary of when I came on, and I think I was sitting here when I did it. And suggested, not for the first time, but for the most adamant time, that people get into Railtown AI technologies. 1 year. Does that change the story that it's taken that long for it to do nothing in terms of stock price? In fact, that's a pretty accurate statement of what's happened over a year. I remember the price for me. I sat right there, and I've told that story many times, so I won't belabor it. But I was just going to I guess, do like an Anya would do if she's a real person. But I was just going to do, well, I'll sell down. I had a handful of things. I don't exactly remember. I'll sell down, and they were all small. My account's been destroyed. But I'll do. I'll sell a little bit of the finger, a little bit of the GDC. I'll sell a little bit of the whatever ZJYL. I'll sell a little bit of the. There were a couple of more. I can't remember the names, but those kind of names. I'll just sell some, and I'll just make sure I add to my position in Railtown. Why was I thinking about it? Well, the February 11th of last year, Railtown announced, as the regulatory regime requires, they had to announce to the world that we're in negotiations to buy AIP partners. They had to announce to the world they signed an MOU. It's just a memorandum of understanding. It's as good as a ceasefire that Israel starts because they've run out of weapons and they just want to fake it and build up their weapons again. It's as good as that. And then they said, we're going to take weeks to negotiate. And everybody knows, the computers know the company has very little money, and they know that two CEOs have agreed a deal, but they're going to have to raise money. And those CEOs are human beings. They have pictures of what percentage of the new co they're going to own, or they break it down into dollars. We're getting these many shares. I'm going to have this much as my buyout price. And then in the news, it said Canaccord Genuity, notorious as the place that the hedge funds get help from the IB to create toxic financing. And that structure allows the sell side, high frequency trading, computer programs. They read with AI all the headlines. And let's say a stock is at, I don't remember where Railtown was when that came out, but let's say it was at 50 cents. I really don't remember where it was. And in Canada, that might have been where it was. But in Canada and the United States, the companies who have relationships, the hedge funds who have relationships already through fronts with Canaccord Genuity, they just start selling the stock in size. And they do it day after day, week after week, driving it down. Why? Because they know those two CEOs, once they combine the company, are going to need money. So unless the CEOs give up on their dream of merging, when they go to Canaccord, their exclusive agents, the money's going to be raised at a lower price. And it's going to be loaded with the bells and whistles that protect Anson funds, for example, that protect the shorts, as we call it. But again, when we call it shorts, they make fun of us because that's not all that's going on. That's not all that's going on. So anyway, their one goal is if we drive it down, we know those CEOs are going to come to Canaccord for money. Well, we got the money. We got all those suckers at retail in Canada and the United States to buy because regulators don't have any warning required for the Anson funds, when the Anson funds start selling stock that doesn't exist, stealing money, creating stock out of thin air. No warning. No warning. No warning. Why should there be? Caveat emptor. No reason. But the CEO better let the other side know they're in negotiations. So they sell it down. They know they're going to go to Canaccord. It says exclusive. Canaccord does one of these ATMs with warrants and this and that, and they try to hide the formulae that's going to destroy the company, and it comes at a lower price. Well, let's just say it's Anson Funds. Anson Funds has cash at all the prime brokers that they ran sales through at higher prices. They just cross it. They just cross it, and they keep the warrants. Better yet, the computers figure, if we can lower the price after the initial, perhaps there's excitement in the markets. If we can lower the price, maybe one of the CEOs will walk away from the deal, and then the stock collapses, and it's seller boxed, and we can really pour it on them. They may not even be able to raise money, but if they do, it'll be in a formula, in a form that drives it to 10 cents, 5 cents. And we'll put in the contract of reasons of default. One of them will be if you get delisted from whatever market they're on, doesn't matter, is if you're under it, you need to do a reverse split, or we're calling the whole thing. But that's never disclosed, ever. Wall Street does not have to disclose that they are they're the boa constrictor, and they're swallowing the company, and they're digesting it. The boa constrictor opens its mouth, the company comes in, and as it's sliding down the snake, there's this huge AI-shaped company, and it's going through the digestive process, never has to even be acknowledged. Does not have to be, the public does not have to be forewarned. Why? Because the regulators are there for Mickey Cohen and for Kenny, the front runner, Griffin. So that's what happened to Railtown in February. But that's what started. But the transaction was a beautiful transaction. It was a beautiful one. It added to Railtown's story. And so I looked it up on the Canadian, whatever, copycat SEC type thing. Copycat in that it's equally as ineffective and captured as the SEC. But I looked at it, said most acquisitions are approved in 30 days unless it affects competition, greatly, narrows competition. And then in that case, it usually takes another 30 days, maybe a little longer. Well, that's February to March to April. So that's 60 days. A little bit longer gets you into May. And I figured June was pushing it. to not add to my position of Railtown. I believed that acquisition was going to be accretive, add value, add upside in a big, big way. And as soon as the news quiet period ended, the stock price would reflect the sensibleness and, in fact, the great value of that acquisition. So we come to June, and I thought, man, the stock market isn't showing this value. I can't wait any longer. So that's why I started to move a little bit. I sat over there the night before, went through my really important portfolio. It makes you feel like you're the nowhere man in the John Lennon song. It's like, why am I bothering with this? Just a pale memory of what it used to be. But I did it. And so the next morning I got up early, coffee, and I entered some sell tickets and some buy tickets. And I either had my coffee there, or I walked up to buy some more, or I went to take a shower. I always forget exactly. I took a break from it. But I had this moment of thought, either on the way to get a cup of coffee, one of the places, and bring it back, or in the shower. I was like, wait a minute, you think this stock's going to go up? And you think this is the greatest, not the great, that's exaggerating, but this is an awesome merger. And then you have all these high hopes. You've just studied James Altucher's promotion on why AI 2.0 is going to be the biggest wealth creator since one presumes he was talking about the railroads. Could have been the steam engine. I think it was oil, but whatever, in 150 years. And bigger, he said bigger, create wealth big that's larger than the wealth created with Bitcoin. He said it's going to make Bitcoin crypto seem a ripple. I don't think he meant that as a pun. So the thought just hit me. Why are you holding on to these other stocks? You don't know what GDC is going to do. You don't know what ZJYL is. You've been told this kind of, manipulated. It's going to catch the shorts and it's going to squeeze. And I'm not judging anyone, by the way. Don't hear that in my voice. It's just, what are the probabilities of these other stocks working? And then what's the probability that you're going to make money? And what's the probability of the time frame? So I asked the question that I suggest that you guys sometimes ask yourselves. I said to myself, what's going to piss me off more? That I sold those other stocks and one of them went up and squeezed, or got a start on a squeeze and then collapsed? There's so many false starts. Or am I going to be mad if I miss out on owning Railtown to the nines? If it goes, and it doesn't need a squeeze, it just needs awareness and the buying to come in, and then you create an account. Back then I figured Railtown would go to 5, 10, 15. And that's kind of the numbers I put out there. And Tony the Tiger and his acolytes made fun of me. They didn't know anything. But everyone here tries to convince me he's just here to help and he's looking for an edge. He hammered me and made fun of me and made fun of the story. And he didn't do any due diligence. And I remember the prices. I got in, I ended up selling everything. And the way I do it is I don't know why I don't, haven't in that case, but I just bought the stock at the price in the morning. And of course it didn't go off at the ask, because I truly felt that as soon as the AIP deal was consummated, the stock would be up $1, $2. So I bought it. I think I paid around 36 cents, 35, 30, high 35s, but it might have been as high as 37 cents, in that range. And then I came on, talked to everybody. I don't think anybody bought on the first day, but over the next few days, the stock went down to 22 cents, 22 cents. And people bought it for a smaller price than I paid. And Tony ridiculed it. So he caused some people not to buy at attractive prices. But that's what I remember. It went down to 22 cents. Not for a lot of volume. So the stock today, I'd say there's a little bit of stock that's in the green that people bought. Not mine, not mine. But everybody for that year is sucking wind. And Micron Technologies goes up 10x. I spoke of it, but I didn't emphasize it because I didn't want people diluting their positions. But you look back on it, I do anyway, buy 100 shares of that and then sell and get into Railtown, you know? But that's that beauty of looking in the rearview mirror. Intel, I told it to you over the course of a couple of months because it was in one of my services and it made eminent sense to me at $18. Another one. So it has been a frustrating year. And what's weird is the stock really hasn't changed. It really hasn't changed. So tomorrow it'll be the 1 year anniversary of that. Now, does that 1 year mean the story's changed? That the upside has gone away? I don't think so. In fact, I think the story's only gotten better. There's one argument, one train of thought out there, and I lost a very good friend over it. I hope not permanently, which is that technology moves quickly and Railtown's sitting on their ass so long that the world passed them by. Well, without belaboring the whole story, I think Dr. Tom Core, the gentleman, probably got taken advantage of. Nobody believes me, and you can't prove it. I just think the evidence is the effect, the plural effects that you see on company after company. But I think the law firm that he chose may or may not have had slow walkers in there that get a lot of their paydays out of Canaccord Genuity's bad apples, or the regulators. Definitely, I think the regulators get that schmarmy strong arming from attorneys that work for the colluding, collaborating cousins of crime. So it all just takes forever. And I'll leave off that I think there's a lot of unqualified people hired and given and promoted way beyond their skills and their battle testing simply because they don't have a penis. But I'll leave that out. I don't get modern feminism. You know, back in the 60s, I think they were upset with the all the power, the patriarchy, the men that grabbed their ass or spanked their bottom as they went to work as secretary, which is horrible. It's not appropriate at all. But somehow they've morphed, and they said, you know, we don't want to be sex objects. Well, it's all morphed into, if you're born with a penis, you're a bad person. How can you blame a young attorney for being male? He didn't have any, he didn't slap your grandmother's ass. But anyway, these firms get heavily adjusted for ratio purposes, and the promotions go to people that don't have the experience. I'm not saying if they slogged it out for 20 years or 25 years, like frankly men used to have to, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But if you promote young people and everything comes to them easily, they don't work that hard. They don't prioritize where the bread is buttered. They just complain about the things that annoy them. And I mean, unrelated to that, I don't get how this fourth or fifth wave of feminism, that women are empowered, like Sydney Sweeney, a perfectly lovely woman. She could have style. I'm not saying telling her what to do in her privacy, but she could be a Raquel Welch or a Sophia Loren, and I'm sure those people had their notches on their bedpost. But you have to do X-rated scenes. People have to have OnlyFans. They go on these dating apps. Swipe left, swipe right. They all date the same 5% of the men. They just turn into comfort girls. They give it away free as comfort girls. That's empowering. They become the exact sex object that their grandmother or great grandmother said she didn't want women to be. But man, what a world it is. What a world it is today. There's not sociologist, you know, a woman, and maybe she was a sociologist, a woman who studied populations. She went and studied matriarchy in Africa. I think it was chimpanzees. It might have been orangutans. It might have been silverback gorillas. It was some population where the women ran the show. And it was a study done by women, a woman, a PhD. I should find it before I quote it, but to my memory, she was shocked to find out how sexual everything became when women ran it. I don't know. It's food for thought. But it does seem, as women get more power, it's all about the sex still. J-Lo, she's richer than most people. She gets her, you know, I remember making anyway, I won't go back on that. I was never impressed with J-Lo, but when she came out, a lot of people loved her. But her upstairs was tiny compared to her downstairs. Well, she just recently came out and she's got a huge upstairs now. But it's got to be weird for her children. I mean, she's, I don't know if she's in her 60s, but she's parading around like she's in her 20s. I don't, anyway, you can't criticize it because it's empowering. But the power goes back to sex. I don't know. Anyway, so I told you I wasn't going to blame it on that with those law firms, but I guess I hinted at what I really feel. But the AIP transaction did not close until the end of November. Only in Canada. Only in Canada could that seem like intense capitalistic uh, competition. They have one of their favorite sports is sliding a big slab of heavy clay down the ice ever so slowly to knock the other one off. I mean, come on. I guess in Canada, taking 10 months to do what should have been done in 2 months, hey, good job, eh? That was a good job, eh? So that was hell. But man, did it open up, did it open it up? It opened it up so beautifully, you almost think the regulators and the attorneys and the advisors were in on stretching it out. I'm not saying that of Dr. Tom Core. No way. No way. I'm saying of the attorneys and the regulators. And maybe the advisors at Canaccord, some of them. Oh my gosh, the pounding the stock took, the wash, rinse, repeat, the tumble drying, the just constant nipping and stealing and pickpocketing and driving just every single day, selling stock that doesn't exist. And then if this is how the rules are now, if you come out of the gate selling stock that you don't own and you haven't located, but if you settle it up at the end of the day, hey, we were net long. If you say you settled it up at the end of the day, no one's looking. You can move the trades off into Europe and no one even tracks them. And in the United States now, after 3 years, they destroy the records. If you don't see it, of course, the computers don't see it, attorneys don't see it. And most of Wall Street doesn't see it. And if we use the word short, they say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. They just lost money. They're just speculators. But the evidence is there with the carcass of company after company after company after company after company after company tumbling out of the abattoir of Adena Friedman's NASDAQ. And in the stockyards and the mud and the gore of the over-the-counter, it doesn't topple out. They just walk on it. The next victims are just pounding the previous carcasses into the muck. So last year, Railtown became a feast. If you don't want to think of it that the wolves ate Railtown, maybe you think of it as the horseflies and the mosquitoes and the pests, the ticks, the leeches just sucked on the stock price for 10 months while the genteel approach to closing a deal went forward in Canada. Well, so that was painful. But then I guess just because when you make plans, God laughs, the company meets Telus. And this, to go from a panhandling company asking for contract by contract until some sort of, catching fire occurs in enthusiasm, going viral happens, to suddenly have this big network of AIP that at the time was doing 400 million in revenue, 5,000 end users. That was like, wow, we're really stepping up in the world. This is great. But then they met Telus. Telus, where Zaid Atufat Shamsi built the first sovereign AI factory in Canada, and he built, to my memory, the 78th best, however you describe best, the third-party decision data center in the world. And I think it had a lot to do with its preparedness for AI. And we know from presentations and from press releases or news releases, we know that Railtown and Telus struck a deal. We don't know the deets, as they say. The peeps don't know the deets, but we know it exists. And guess what that did? Created another quiet period that overlapped. People here have told me quiet period isn't the right word. I don't know what the heck to call it, but it's a quiet period. It walks like a duck. It's quiet like a duck. It squawks like a quiet duck. It poops like a quiet duck. It swims like a quiet duck. It is a quiet period. But you know what it did? People were disappointed that as soon as that AIP deal finally got done, nothing happened. And we're at the end of the year. We're at holidays. And the onslaught continues. There's no requirement to disclose who's shorting it, who's selling stock they haven't located, who's doing it with algorithmic high-frequency trading day after day after day and colluding and cheating. But no, it's okay. But then you, me, we see red every day, every single day. It's down the third of a penny. It's down, as always, slow motion death. And every one of you out there, and I question myself sometimes, but you think that the stock price is telling you something. I mean, even today, Finger Motion puts out, you got to call it what it is, a headline worthy of GDC or of G-Bucks. What's the biggest buzz in the world right now? Well, put out a headline. The stock goes up. Is it telling you anything? I don't know. I don't think so, but it could be. I don't want to be. I don't want to talk about. So I studied it, and I studied NRGV again today. But I'm not here to talk about those. It looks like NRGV. I really studied whether or not the toxic financing bug hit NRGV on a big scale. I mean, they use Yorkville advisors. You trust Yorkville? Ari Rubenstein? You trust them? But the best the computer could find is that the collaterals and the default provisions, they don't topple the whole thing down. And there's a lot of cash there. So, you know, if Energy Vault got a few more contracts, They're highly leveraged. They got a ton of debt. And I think that's what makes their profit look big. But, you know, they're for the time being anyway, financial engineers writ large. And if they were to get some contracts in, you know, they go from kind of a quasi burning of funds to being net profitable of funds, net positive on funds. So, you know, maybe there's something there. I asked the computer, I mean, it's such an annoying computer. I said, do you sell before the news? And the computer doesn't, you know, might as well have been an attorney. Well, there's no evidence of, but that's the old Wall Street saw, that you buy the rumor, sell the news. And in my experience, it's true a lot, but not always. Not always. You know, you come up with these little pithy rules of thumb, but they don't always work. They simplify the world you see, but it you know, it might explain 80% of the time, not 100% of the time. Anyway, I was studying those, and I was studying Railtown. Railtown doesn't have any toxic financing. But I guess where I meandered, the question I was asking is, does it change the story that we've had to wait this long? And it really doesn't. It's gotten better. And when they got introduced to Telus, this was even a leap better than the AIP deal. All of a sudden, Railtown could be on top of this powerful sales machine, and they wouldn't need a sales team, and they can go essentially from 1,200 users to 1.2 million in you know, faster than Superman can fly back to Krypton in racing behind time or whatever. It could literally happen as soon as Telus flips the switch. And so they focus on that, and it's glorious. You know, a startup would just cut off their human resource department to have an opportunity like this. But it's still just, it's Canada. You cannot change that it's Canada. And worse yet, Telus is a socialistic corporation. You think those law firms got caught up in DEI? You should look at Telus in operation in DEI. And then it's their priorities. Their priorities are to get news out that, I don't know, they reintroduced the gray wolf in the habitat of the Northwest Territories indigenous population or something. That's more important than getting this Telus deal out. It may be morally. It may be more important for the planet. I don't know. But for when you're owning Railtown and you want to see a breakthrough in the news, it's not our priority. So tomorrow will be 1 year. And I think the story, rather than this time showing that the story is somehow worse and that we should give up on Railtown, I just think it's this exquisite, who could believe that a quiet period could extend over a year Over a year. I've never experienced anything like that, ever. Of course, I've never experienced how Canada is such a different culture than the United States either. And that, a lot of that's good, by the way. So what's happened over this last year? AIP, which they pulled off for fewer shares than they first said, and the Telus. And oh, by the way, Rail Engine, we know they finished it in January, and then they finished it again in February. So whatever that means. But they got Rail Engine, which was a 2.5-year heavy lift. It's done and dusted, as they say in the UK. It's always improving, self-improving. They integrated the 3 products they have, and they're ready to go on Telus. But we don't know what else is going on. It might be other things that are holding things up. But this year, and I understand it might be an introduction from Dr. Tom Core as well. I've had so many conversations, in my head, I cannot remember who may have told me that. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be intentionally wrong. But they met the 2 guys from BlackBerry. And lo and behold, those guys put money in. Unfortunately, the heaviness, this criminal complex destroys the price. And that's in miniature what Canaccord Genuity does to company after company after company with the Anson funds and other funds going on. And there's no disclosure of it. The SEC's like, what? It's not happening. It's just a conspiracy theory. But in miniature, you saw it. The constant selling every single day, lying, criminal activity every single day, kept the price down, drove the price down. So when Railtown, even though they added AIP, even though they have Telus, even though Rail Engine is a breakthrough, even though the conductor rail tracks Rail Engine collectively is the best harness, orchestration, governance, observability layer on the planet. We don't know that yet, but that's what I think the stock language is. So of course, the company, which is a startup, which is in the R&D phase, which is going out and establishing a beachhead, essentially giving its product away free, which is all normal, they need to raise money. Thank God they didn't come down in the United States and raise money at Yorkville Advisors, Ari Rubenstein. They didn't raise money with Lynn Partners, Jeff Easton. They didn't raise money at whatever fake LLC name the Kramer brothers use. Thank God they didn't do that. What did they do? They went to 2 highest, most respected investors in Canada, 2 of the technology titans of Canada, names I can't pronounce. The Fragan guy from Steely Dan and his partner. Mike, if I ever actually heard it, maybe I could remember it, but Mike Lapin, Mike the Rabbit, Mike Lapin. These guys raised the money. Now, of course, I'm sure Corey didn't want to sell stock so inexpensively, but that's your financial markets. And the price of the stock is not giving you price discovery. It is not factoring in all the information. Smart people, nobody can buy it. It's a joke. But we keep looking at it every day. I do too. I'm not picking on anybody. It's just awful. And they're never going to change it unless there's a policy change. So those guys put up the money, all of the money that Railtown needs to get to revenue. Now, these aren't just any schmoes. They know technology. They know the ups of technology and the fade of technology. They know quantum computing. They know licensing worldwide. And they know how to get your IP paid for worldwide. This is not fungible money. I mean, it is fungible. Money is fungible. But they didn't take money from any place on Wall Street. They took a strategic investment, even though it got sold at 30 cents to them. These men bring value that I don't think we can begin to understand yet, but we will. I predict that. I've been asked at least a handful of times and told there's a reason why the sidekick to Steely Dan, Mike Lepin, is there. Why did they hire him now? I can think of one reason. If he can do for Railtown or help Railtown do what BlackBerry did twice, and then what this company they've got going on is doing with monetizing IP worldwide, good gosh, that's the cheapest money they ever raised. But that's not reflected in the stock price. It's just this constant strip mining of $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 a day. And people look at the stock and say, when are you going to give up? It's always in the red. It's telling you something, and technology's passed them by. Well, why, if technology has passed them by, why would two of the sharpest ducks on the pond and the wettest knives in the drawer, why would they join Railtown? I don't get it. I don't get that thinking. I don't get it. We know that the markets, the junior markets in Canada and the over-the-counter NASDAQ markets here are completely corrupted, and Adina Friedman's in on it. And Charlie Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell's in on it. Or they're idiots. Which, looking at both of them in their pictures, I would assume they're idiots as well. But we continue to think with our 1980s brain and our half of the 1990s brain that the stock price is telling us something. There's no investment bankers behind these stocks. There's no research behind these stocks. There's no trading desk behind these stocks. There's no brokerage firm or investment bank with their reputation on the line behind these stocks. There's no human beings looking at the market and the team and saying, hey, this is a great idea. There's no group of salesmen and women recommending the stock to their clients. There's no hedge funds buying it. There's no ETFs buying it. There is nothing for these stocks on the buy side, except some promoters come in. And we say the stock price is telling us everything we need to know. I think you're staring at the greatest opportunity you may never see an opportunity like this again in your lifetime. Because of all the ill I just described, but it's also maybe chance. Railtown did not sign a toxic deal with Yorkville Advisors or with Lynn Partners or with the plethora of these bird dogs. Thank our lucky stars. But the story just keeps getting better and better and better and better and better. And then the Wall Street transformation or the Wall Street understanding of AI, a year ago, they didn't really get it. And I told you that Wall Street's starting to educate their salesmen and women about AI. And as we came around, as we ended last year, but as we came around the corner of this year, there was going to be a wall of money coming in this space. But they had to train everybody first. Well, they've done that. But you know what happened during that? The focus of AI went from the people buying land and locking up water rights and getting energy and the data centers, and it went to NVIDIA, which essentially has a monopoly almost as big as Microsoft's monopoly on software NVIDIA has on these chips. And then it slowly goes to, there's a Dr. Sue who I wasn't that impressed with, but I think she had a hard job when she was up on the stage with NVIDIA. But they create these heroes for us. But it's all about the data center and the chip. And then the large language models, OpenAI, it's with a thunderclap. And then you see, I guess, Anthropic, and you see, I don't know if down here we see it, Cohere, and there's these large language models. I can't think of all of them. But that's where all the money went. Just poured the money. But all of a sudden, here in the middle of 2026, a year later, Wall Street has gotten bored with the data center story. Now it's left to the people that just want to borrow a lot of money and get the yields. It's kind of a real estate apartment building play. It's left to the miners of Bitcoin are now going to be miners of tokens. But the Wall Street's money, their tiny attention spans went to large language models. And everything's big, everything's great. But then you know, that whole model is a concentrated model versus a distributed model. The centralized model for brain power to a distributed. And you've got all different theories on what's going to happen and do we really need large language models? And we could have small data centers. We could have the GPUs like Apple's doing. We have the GPUs distributed into the phones and into the computers and iPads, and maybe that's the future. So the money flowed and they ran those valuations way up. And I'm sure I'm missing some of the other exciting things. Of course, the Mag 7 all just keep going higher and higher and higher. Anything with a chip, anything with a hyperscaler, just higher, higher, higher. And then that's what, when you hear about AI, that's what they're talking about. But you know what just happened in Taiwan? You're not hearing it from me. Well, you have heard it from me. And early, you heard it early from me. But you're hearing it from Jensen Huang. He says the age of the agent, agentic AI, has arrived. And it's profitable. It's making money. It's like he puts his blessing on it. And you don't think Cathie Wood, who never had an original idea in her lifetime, she's the classic embodiment of one of those French leaders. I don't think it was Napoleon, who saw the crowd going in a different direction, and he said, "Excuse me, my people, I have to get in front of them to lead them." She's like that. But by Jensen putting his imprimatur on it, all of a sudden it's already been happening. But you just wait to see how much money starts flowing and how many research reports and articles start talking about agentic AI, talking about agents dealing with agents, agents having the authority to spend your company into bankruptcy or build the best sales team in the world while you're asleep. What's the difference between success and failure? Railtown. Railtown is the difference between success and failure. Now, Railtown has competition. The big boys, the little girls, the big girls, there's a lot of competition. You can't invest in any of them. But I still think Railtown's going to prove to be best in class. And we can't see it. I think Railtown's first in class. But, that I'm playing with the definition a little bit. Because obviously others got their band playing sooner than Railtown has. But so here you are sitting with a stock that hasn't done anything for a year in terms of stock price, except hurt some people as it runs up. Human emotion, as things runs up, we buy more. And so we've had to deal with a couple of waves of that. But you're sitting here with a company whose story is much bigger and much better than it was a year ago. And in any sense that the product still needed work to be commercialized, it's ready. It was ready to go then. But this new end-to-end platform, this rail engine, rail tracks, and conductor, it's ready to scale and it's ready to work. And people blame management. But no one thinks maybe it's Telus is the screw up. We don't know, though. I mean, we don't know. So the company story has gotten much better, and they're fully funded, and they didn't really dilute. They don't have toxic financing. But all of a sudden, the Taylor Swift, he always names his chips after women, so I'll compare him to Taylor Swift. But the Taylor Swift of AI, Jensen Huang, has just waved his wand and said the place to be is agentic AI and harnesses and et cetera. They're still naming it all. We're right in the right place, macro level. We're right there. And then our president made the bonehead decision of his entire career, other than maybe hanging out with Jeff Epstein once or twice. He decided to listen to a maniac, a mentally ill criminal mind, Benjamin Netanyahu, and somehow in Donald Trump's mind, with all the Zionists around him, from Susie Wiles to all the bankers and to all the young militarists and the Christian Zionists, we ought to bomb Iran and it'll be over in a day. Well, it's just, unfortunately, I think you're going to see Donald Trump's name go down in history, at least in 100-year time frame, the way Hoover's name went down. And I've never read anything about Hoover in particular, but what I have seen, he wasn't that bad a president and wasn't that bad a guy. But man, his reputation is horrible. That's going to happen with Trump because he listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. And there's no way out. Well, what does that do? What does that do? Beyond the orchestration framework, what is that doing? That is creating the demand around the world for sovereign AI, for sovereign AI data centers. And I'm sure if it's distributed AI, it's going to be sovereign distributed AI. I think there's only one other politician that can claim the cameras and the news cycle the way Donald Trump can. And that's Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. There's nobody like it. Trump can claim the attention on the whole globe. Well, that attention is now on sovereign AI. Exactly where Railtown was built to be. They called it vertical back then. But neutrality, Switzerland, guys, girls, red velvet vanilla cake. You're sitting on a stock that if a few pieces fall, if the Telus communists ever get out of committee and actually move forward, you could see a proof of concept that rocks your world. But there's also Uniserve, much smaller, but big enough to prove the concept. That has nothing to do with Telus, I don't think, unless they're renting out space there. And then you've got NVIDIA with the Vera Rubin chip, the very nice Vera Rubin chip, that's designed for agents working with agents. And it's going to expand the size of the pie. It's going to make it the size of a big pizza pie hits your eye up. And you're right in the middle of it. And it's the only stock you can buy to participate. You're right there. You're in the perfect storm. Yes, you've had to wait, but you're in the perfect storm of sovereign AI data centers. You're in the perfect storm of neutrality in Switzerland. You're in the perfect storm of Railtown ready to go. And in my opinion, you're in the perfect storm that it was the first built, the first to market, the best to market, and it's the only one that can do what it does. Well, that's a big, bold statement for a one-eyed fat man, but that's what I think. And then you're running into the world is turning on the United States and Israel, turning on the CIA and Mossad, turning on the tech kings that are all Zionists and saying, we don't want what you're selling us, man. We don't want it. Nah, that sounds good. I'll go with the neutral. Incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Yet we're sucking our thumb going, oh God, why? And I'm not blaming you, talking about myself. Why? We should be buying this stock with both fists, because when it finally breaks, what I'm talking about, you won't even hear my voice anymore. The cacophony will be so loud and so distracting, you'll forget I even exist. But now's the time to buy the shares. They won't be available at any price in these volumes. And they won't be available at this price. So anyway, that's my long opening. Tomorrow is 1 year. And I think that's unpleasant. I acknowledge that. But on the other hand, the potential energy that has been built up over this year when it goes kinetic, there's a couple of people out there who I don't know if they're shills or if they're real. And maybe it's hard for any of you to understand, but the revenue can go from 0 to $1 billion annualized by the time AOC becomes president. And I think she's going to be your next president. It's incredible how quickly the story can change. And before the story changes, sentiment can change. What changes sentiment? It's like that poem by Aeschylus that Bobby Kennedy quoted. And there's no way that I can memorize things like this. But he said, even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. Well, that doesn't fully explain what's going on here, but that sentiment, it's the drip, 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 drip of information going into the herd of humanity, and fear and uncertainty and doubt, which the criminals prey on, suddenly and inexplicably, it can be one woman in Taipei who has $100,000 account, calls her broker and says, buy me, sell everything and buy some orchestration framework stock, or buy Railtown. We don't know where it starts, but the drip, 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 all of a sudden combines to be a stream, and then a few streams combine to be a river, and a couple of rivers combine to be a torrent of water, and that's the sentiment changing. And I tell you, you have had, because Trump commands the world's attention, and his biggest blunder, in my judgment, it's created a focus on sovereignty everybody talks about now. They never talked about it really before. And then you've got the Taylor Swift of AI, Jensen Huang, talking about agentic AI, talking about harnesses, talking about that agents working with agents is making AI pay for itself and be profitable. And he's dedicating his chips to it. You want a dream? What if we're in the NVIDIA chip? NVIDIA doesn't write software. That might, again, be going too far. I want to get to your comments, but I also want to point out that if this group of so-called leaders and boardroom and attorneys and regulators at Telus can stop having meetings and stop having press release priorities away from us, and can actually get down to doing some business, I think we can argue, and I agree with G. Diddy on this, I think we can argue by the end of the decade, forward projectable revenues from the Rimouski and Kamloops data center clusters, I think you could say it's going to be 3 billion and growing. If Railtown gets 20% of that, that's 600 million in revenue. I'm talking 3 or 4 years from now coming to Railtown. Call it 500 million. Now just expand your thoughts. That's a huge leap. That's like, oh my gosh. Are you saying Railtown could be earning $500 million a year in net revenue, in free cash flow within 3 or 4 years? And of course, the boo birds want to see a little bit of revenues because all they know is the devil's messages. They can't think. They're day traders. They can't think about beyond their next DoorDash order. But imagine if Railtown does $500 million a year in net revenue within 5 years. Do you know what the multiple would be on that? All things being equal? My guess is it would be 35x because of the growth. You can come up with a different one. But 500 million times 35x, $17.5 billion divided by 234 million shares. It's a $75 stock. Do you think that if those committees, those hallways, those boardrooms, the meeting rooms, the senior, mid-level, and junior level managers at Telus who finally circle back and let's meet each other let's meet up after work and we're going to have an 8:30 a.m. meeting and we'll go through and each of us will give our ideas and we'll have a presentation and let's circle back next week with our new ideas and that goes on and on and on and on and on because it's Canada. If that ever breaks, how long do you think it's going to take for Bay Street and Wall Street to recognize? I made 2 assumptions. I made an assumption that Telus ever gets off its ass. I made another assumption that the revenue from the Telus, Kamloops, and Rimouski data centers could be $3 billion annually exiting this decade. In 3, 4, 5 years from now. And I made the assumption that Railtown gets 20% of that. You can adjust those. But those are all reasonable assumptions. And then I assumed 35x on the revenue. Remember, I'm bullish on the story. That gives $75 share price target. Now, there's no analyst coming out of the gate with that target. But there'll be thinkers that think beyond their next DoorDash order or their next Tinder swipe left, swipe right, or their next day trade or swing trade. How long do you think the stock price is going to take before it reflects the magnitude of that upside? And let you in on a secret. That's one Telcom. That's one telecom. It's one telecom. Now this guy, if he legitimately owns 30,000 shares of Railtown, he's not going to buy another share until he sees revenue. Well, what if it's this? What if the awareness is this? Do you think he's going to, I'll pay more than 30 cents? Hell yeah, you will. You'll be paying $30. But let me get back to the point I'm trying to make. That's one telecom. It's one telecom. There's several telecoms, several people and institutions building data centers in Canada. Bell Canada, Rogers Communications, and there's others. Virginia, Texas, Tennessee, Indiana, I think. For some reason out in the deserts of the Southwest. But they're building data centers all over the United States. They're building them in Argentina. They're building them in the Middle East. They're building them in what used to be called Czechoslovakia. They're building them everywhere, and they all want to be sovereign. Well, let me ask you, if this revenue from Telus, and I gave you my assumptions, is projectable at $500 million for Railtown in 3 to 5 years. And if you don't like that, cut it in half. If you don't like that, cut it in half again. But my point is still the same. At $500 million per telecom or per data center cluster, how many data centers does Railtown need to sign up to get to $2 billion in annual revenue? It's pretty easy arithmetic. Four. Now, if you think my numbers are too high, too pie in the sky, cut it in half. They need to sign up 8 of them. If you think that's too high, cut it in half again. They need to sign up 16. I mean, I suppose you could do it again. You think that's way too high? Cut that in half. They need to sign up 32 around the world to get to 2 billion. In revenue that's growing, but it's also net cash flow, 2 billion. And if you stretch your mind a little bit and say instead of 32, they got to 35, they could get to 2.4 billion. 2.4 billion in annualized revenue divided by 234 million shares, they'll get to $10 a share in cash flow by signing up 3 dozen data centers in the world. How many data centers are there going to be in the world? There's 12,000 now, but how many are going to be dedicated to sovereignty? Hundreds. I think it's fair to say hundreds. And instead of looking at the story and looking at the magnitude of this brand new technology, this revolution that's going on, it's so revolutionary that even Wall Street turns their lonely eyes to this Taylor Swift of AI, Jensen Huang, to get their guidelines. He just said it. Can I paraphrase him? In order to make all of your investments in chips and data centers worthwhile, and to create an AI product that is profitable, you need the orchestration framework. That's Railtown. And there's only one sovereign orchestration framework that is soup to nuts. It's Railtown. There are some other smaller ones starting up. And they may get there too. But the big ones, they're not sovereign. I think you're missing, when you focus on the pain every day and you focus on the red every day, and you know, because of your experience in these other stocks, you know what the markets are set up for. They're set up for the Zionists to strip mine trillions of dollars from US taxpayers without paying taxes, and then they can get the US taxpayers to bomb 7 countries in the Middle East on behalf of Zion. It's the most perverse setup I've ever, you couldn't imagine it. You're not allowed to talk about it either. But how can you fight back? You can look out for your own account, your own family, and you can take advantage, because these guys are stupid. Their computers are stupid. They're just fast at digging their own hole. And they think they're going to win. These people that have jumped on making fun of me, by the way, it doesn't matter. Railtown's going to do what it's going to do without my reputation. But they get you thinking about comparing it. Well, there's not an ounce of revenue. Well, that was never the plan. If they were back in the panhandling stage, well, okay, fair enough. But that's not it. The plan is to become a unicorn, a decacorn. A field of corn. Anyway, let me get to your comments. And if any of you have anything to say about Finger or Energy Vault or MMTLP or Andrew Left or any of that, that'd be very interesting to me. Ricky Brogan. Hi, William and RT crew. Hi, Ricky. Fast Eddie. Hi to you too, Ricky Brogan. Hi, Riddy. T. Alex. Hi, William and RT crew. Hola. Darren Collins. Good evening, Sir William. Scott Volkovitz. Scott Volkovitz is here. I don't know how to say, it's probably Americanized to Walkowitz, but it could be Volkovitz, or it could be Walkovitz, or it could be Scott W. Alkovitz. I don't know, but hi, Scott, and I see your $sign. I see it. Ricky Brogan. Hi, Eddie, T. Alex, and Darren. Silver Skyrocket. Hello, William. Hello, everyone. Silver Skyrocket. Please ignore and/or ban that Anya person. Don't give them a voice. Good advice. T. Alex. Deployed but not optimized. Yes, this was the news today. Good for you, T. Alex. Telus' news today. This was the headline. Deployed but not optimized. Telus Digital and Ryan Strategic Advisory reveal the AI performance gap in Enterprise CX for 26. You'll never believe what fills the gap. Railtown. T. Alex, Telus News. T. Alex, I ran it through my skeptical computer, and of course, there's just not enough information out there to see what we see, but we're human beings. We're not AI trapped in a framework somewhere with a bunch of rules probably put in there by woke people on how to interpret what we see. We can think, and you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And Telus, I think that's Telus's way of letting the world know. My opinion, Telus has wasted 6 months, at least 6 months. They've completely wasted. They had a head start, but they can't get out of the committee rooms. They can't prioritize for shite. They should not have squandered their head start, but I think they did. But anyway, it's not too late. It's a huge market. And one of the things by Jensen blessing this space, all of a sudden Telus can come out and talk about it. They're all sheep. There's so few leaders in the world. I can't tell you. You know it if you've read history. Everybody's a sheep. Everybody is, it's easier that way, I guess. T. Alex, Telus News. Donna M. Good evening, everyone. Another trading day down. That could be the summary. If you were a poet, that could be the start of your poem. Another trading day down, boys. Another day down. It began with so much hope, boys. We were planning for a night on town, but then it's just another day down. T. Alex, I, Ricky, and everyone family. Donna M. Darn it. We finished green. I meant to say another trading day closer. Okay. But I think you bought some. Oh, no, you bought some the other day. Somebody was going to buy today. Who was it? I can't remember. Brandon Judkins, as of June 5th, 25 Railtown was around 32 cents. Okay. Brandon, like I said, 35, 36 cents that day. Maybe more accurately, 34, 35, 36 that day. But you're right. You're right. Justin Babish, Finger had news regarding AI data, and wouldn't it be kismet if they were customers of our team in the future, seeing as how both CEOs lived in the same city, eh? Yeah, it would be kismet. It would be kismet. Justin Babish, I know that we're not waiting for Finger to do anything related with RT, but it would be a funny coincidence if they ended up being customer of ours. Yeah, it would be. The modular data center, which is something Ward Richardson pointed out to me probably 2 months ago, maybe longer. The modular data center is a great idea. It gets rid of latency because your brain is closer to the factory floor or the taxis or the robots. And by definition, it doesn't have to go throughout the whole internet to find data. Its data set is limited to what it needs. So it's a cost saving, energy saving, and probably a very high productivity generating idea. But Railtown will look, I know it sounds crazy, but I think Railtown will join the stories of unicorns before there's a chance that fingers data centers will. Well, no, you're right. It depends on how big the sales force, and I can see introductions that could lead to it. You're right. Um, uh, you're right. It could happen, and it would be interesting. Ricky Brogan, Justin, that would be funny. Silver Skyrocket. Yeah, that is funny, guys. Sunny guy. Hey, William, long time no chat. You beautiful white hair unicorn. Yeah, white hair, white eyebrows, white skin that burns in the sun, as I found out over the last few days. Um, but thank you. Somebody just complimented me on my white hair. You know, Sonny, I used to sit sometimes at a bar. There was an outside bar in my old neighborhood. I'd sit up there quietly minding my own business. And it happened several times. And I loved it every time. But, you know, women would come up, young women, they'd come up, can I run my fingers through your hair? Sure. I don't know why you would want to. But it made, I think it made me stand out, I guess. I don't know. But I used to have, you know, my hair was like Kennedy's. It was up, you know, but it wasn't white. It was more brown, red, golden. Sunny guy, any chance you can chime in on the news of next Bridges S1? Sure. Um, I didn't see any new news today, so you'll have to tell me. But um, in no particular order, and maybe not complete either, I think it's great news, number one. Number two, I think we're all blessed to have Greg McCabe, because any other CEO would have folded. And he stood up to the bastards, and he's going to make sure first what he can control is that NextBridge shareholders make money if he has anything to do with it. And secondly, that it brings along the MMTLP people that got hurt. He is a friend of every single one, and I think his integrity and courage shine through. Thirdly, I believe that Roth Capital will raise. Now, I might, again, I seem in a lot of my pronouncements to be greedy and overly optimistic, but I think Roth Capital will raise $600 million. I personally wouldn't be surprised if the deal were expanded in size and price upward. But I really trust Junk Savvy and her judgment, and she's pretty adamant that it's going to be 15 and it's going to be 40 million shares. But I think it's brilliant. So that'd be, I guess, my fifth point is I think Greg is going to have $500 million to go lock up acreage, to go buy it, to co-invest with other teams. He's going to have his pick of projects around the country, maybe in the Gulf of Mexico, southern Louisiana, up in the Rockies, in Texas and Oklahoma, where oil is, but all over North America. He might have international plays, but if I were he, I'd be focused right here in North America. And he's going to be able to go claim at really cheap prices and get the leverage of not just in the Oro Grande, but in other places getting acreage. So as prices I believe there's a super cycle of commodities ahead of us, and you ain't seen nothing like it before. Uh, I think he's going to create great wealth for shareholders in Nextbridge. On the Oro Grande topic, I think he's going to get it back. If he doesn't get it all back, he'll be able to get back the sweet spots. And I look forward to that. But I would think, again, if it were me, I would go try to get some projects that can cash flow meaningfully, um, bringing old fields to life, or taking projects that haven't been maintained and increasing their production, for example. There's other ways to do it, but I would get cash flow up so that he remains independent of the maw of Wall Street. You should not underestimate how powerful trillions of dollars is. And you shouldn't underestimate the threat of physical harm and the threat that your daughters can't go to the best schools. It changes people's behavior, and the regulators are not following it anyway. So I think Greg should try to stay independent, broadly independent of Wall Street, and that means cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. I think he's going to, as I remember in my presentations to everybody from 2 or 3 years ago, it just was so logical, and here it is, it's happening. I think the way out for Wall Street, or at least the majority of brokerage firms, is to buy shares from Nextbridge. And I think that's what's going to happen over time, and the prices will go up. And I think it's going to be a good experience. In terms of advice, I hate to be a party pooper, but I think everybody should, even at this late date, should be moving their shares of MMTLP, and it might be called Nextbridge, in your brokerage account. Those aren't real shares. You should move them to Equinity and Nextbridge. If your brokerage firm says no, they can't, it might be true. They might not have enough shares in their street name to cover the problems they created in their greed when they thought they could get away with it. But I still think you got to ask and put it in writing, because, and this is where I'm being a party pooper, I think the other side will argue, if you don't, that you abandoned your asset. That's what I would argue. But I wouldn't get caught up in the negativity of it, because I do believe, I just found out from, who did I find it from? Somebody texted me, and I'm sorry, I can't, because I don't have their name on the text. I just have their phone number, and I can't remember who it was. But I guess Pulte is getting a job in the Trump administration. That might be great. But I tell you what, Junk Savvy's, my opinion of Junk Savvy's body English is, something's going to come, something's going to get done. And to support that view, if it comes true, I think the bankruptcy rulings in the MMAT and Torchlight bankruptcy, whereby they're getting the trades that Ann Wagner doesn't want you to see, for Torchlight, MMAT, and MMTLP, I think that's kryptonite to Wall Street. Um, and she might be right. That might cause them to come with a settlement. They don't want people to know about this, but I think it's. I'm not sure that the bankruptcy court will make that public because the well-paid attorneys will say that that's private data and that's our secret trading mechanism. But it's fraud and it's criminal. And if the judge sees it that way, he might say, we've got to put this out in the record. The game's up then. The game's up then. It's no longer a conspiracy theory. And so I think it's great news, Sonny. I have every confidence that Roth Capital will raise that money. And to the best that they can do, I don't think they'll place it with any of the criminal groups. But it's going to be hard, you know. They're everywhere. They're clever and they're everywhere. But I think in majority it'll go to good hands and maybe new investors or current investors that want to put up money. I also think institutions on Wall Street, after we bomb Iran, after we did that, another thing that's going to happen as the rest of the Wall Street year, but as we turn the corner into 2027, a wall of capital is going to go into oil and gas. A wall. A tsunami. And I think what institutions and funds that want to participate in oil and gas, they don't have the teams. And it's really weird. I'm now old, but when I first really got enmeshed in that whole milieu, you know, my forehead said Yankee on it with the GD in front of it. But then all these older guys that I got to know, a lot of them retired, and frankly, a lot of them are dead. And so it comes to a very small cohort, mostly men. There are some women and some very talented women, by the way, but it's a small number, sort of my age, give or take. It's very small because everybody went to Wall Street. It was the Reagan era. Everybody went to Wall Street and the rest went to Palo Alto. They didn't get their hands dirty with it. And then, so you'd go to these meetings and there'd be these old guys, which I am now. And then there's this huge gap down to 25-year-olds, 30-year-olds. Well, now there's a bigger group, and it's much more women, which I think is just how the schools do things now. But that's fine. So it won't have the good old boy feel, I guess. But my experience, frankly, women don't like the risk of oil and gas. That's not picking on women, but women in broad measure do not like the risk of oil and gas. They'd rather wait at the finish line and see who won and marry them than be one of the participants who could lose. That's just my harsh judgment. But anyway, the point is, when these Wall Street pools of money come looking for oil and gas investments, there's not a lot of these companies or teams anymore. And you got to latch on to the ones you can find. And if you can be, you know, kind of in at the foundation, if you want to call that, or the early round, or the you know, the partner round of funding, oh my gosh, they're going to come. So that's what I think is going to load up. You and I haven't seen NextBridge's data room, but I'm sure that he's got a presentation that he's showing investors that lays out what he's going to do with the money. And I think it's, if he can't get 5 to 10 to 1 just by buying right, then I've lost my marbles, which may be true. But I think it's fantastic, Sonny. That S1, the bankruptcy court asking for the time in sales and the S1 getting approved, these are two of the biggest breakthroughs for the 65,000 people who were trusting of their markets while their markets lied back at them. It's the best news for them. Well, the best news would be that it never happened. Justin Babbage, let's not call shorts anymore. Let's call them what they are, counterfeit. Fair enough, or phantom, or, they're just, rain, no fail, short, fix, and a whale. Oh, sorry, my eyesight. Rail, no fail, shorts, fixin' a whale. That's pretty clever. When you think of the top musical stars of the 90s, does anyone go above John Cicada? Not in my mind. Nobody's above John Cicada. In the 90s, I don't think there was anybody that the 90s were my years of Lucinda Williams and Gillian Welsh and Amy Winehouse wasn't there yet, but a lot of the music that came out of, I used to go to Harrods before the Qataris bought it, and they had a wall of CDs, and it was the chart in the UK. And I would just go buy whatever grabbed my attention. And not all of it came over to the United States, but that's where I brought Amy Winehouse to the United States. I did. And anyway, I didn't pay attention to who the stars were in the 90s. So in my opinion, no one is above John Cicada. Rail, I think he's bullish on Rail Tizzy too. I don't know if he is. PS71, hello, Sir Bill. Hey, PS71. Just give my eyes a break a second. Okay. After you went to Texas, you said you were very positive on the gold company. I am, but it's confusing. Two things are confusing me right now. One is the guy with the urgency hasn't returned my phone call and other phone calls, so I don't get it. But I've got to get on top of him. I'm not somebody to pester, so I feel like I'm waiting for him. I fully filled him in, but I'm waiting for whatever he's working on. And then secondly, I do think somebody else is going to come in with some sort of I guess I shouldn't speculate, but I think there's every reason to believe that a group is working on something. And I find that a threat. So, it's a little bit of limbo, and you're fair enough to call it out because it's going on 2 weeks. But I think there are a couple of steps like visiting and maybe making sure of what's great is everybody's aligned with the same vision, except maybe for this alternative. And I think that those kind of issues would have to be clarified and locked down before any funding. I don't want to be more specific than that. But it's very, let's get to the project. I really believe PS 71 that down the 200 feet, I've signed an NDA, but I was given permission to mention one number. And I got to think if I can say it here. I think I was given permission, but I'm not going to say it on live. But I've shown you before that the third-party discovery about 15 years ago of gold was based on proving up a resource of 174 million tons, essentially, of sand down to 200 feet in just 2 sections of the lease area. Using caustic fusion assay, which is not going to be the way to produce it, I don't think. They got their estimate at 6.6 million ounces of gold. Well, the 2 methodologies that the pilot plant is set up to prove increase that grade by 5 times. So that 6.6 essentially becomes whatever, 36 million ounces of gold. What I'm convinced of now is that number underestimates what's there. Just in that 174 million tons. And, there's probably anywhere from 1 billion to 2 billion tons of resource. It's big. But yeah, I've been trading phone calls, and I don't know how to get it off the jump. I feel like I did everything I was supposed to do. But I'm really excited about the resource. I'm a little nervous about what's being organized beyond what I can see, but I'm thrilled to know that I believe we can fund it. I believe we can fund it. And I also am excited that if it went with us, and maybe some other people would come in too, but if it went with us, the whole vision would be to build out the plant, the commercial plant ourselves, get JV funding or project funding. And I think you could produce, I mean, it depends on how big you do this thing, but you could produce at least 1 million, maybe 2 million ounces of gold a year. And if you sit down with a calculator, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of gold. So yeah, I'm very excited about it. I thank you for reminding me, because I get caught up in the urgencies of the day-to-day life, and I'm just one person. So I meant to follow up today, but I was quite busy. So I'll get on it again tomorrow. But I've really done all I can do. It's up to maybe there's something else I can do. Maybe there's something else I can do. I can just shake it up. That's one thing you learn from Donald Trump. Just go get it done. Get in, get out, get it done, get out. He said the other day, I'm bored with that war. he's ready for the 4th of July celebration. I'll try to thank you for reminding. I'll try to see how I can shake it up tomorrow. Neil Gondek, hi Bill and RT guys, gals, hi. Ricky Brogan, Quantum Valley Investment co-founders, Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan. Ricky Brogan, Quantum Valley Investments is a Waterloo, Dr. Tom Core, Ontario-based venture capital firm founded by BlackBerry co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan. Here's Neil. Neil Gondek, I think, has been the sage of the prairies. The Canadian government ministry will be updating AI development in Canada Thursday. Wow. That's tomorrow. As per CBC, you don't get anything by me. Thursday's tomorrow, as per Canada Broadcasting Corporation, Clinton Broadcasting Corporation. Power and politics. At least we are moving forward. Got to do something versus the tariff wars. Yes, yes. That's very interesting. Tomorrow. That could be a break. That could be the beginning of the drip, drip, drip on people's brains until some point, just enough of them go, aha. And then everybody, it could be. Ricky Brogan. I can't see the rest. Anyway, let me see if I can go back up. Quantum Valley Investments is a Waterloo, Ontario-based venture capital firm founded by BlackBerry co-founders Mike L. and Doug F. to commercialize breakthroughs in quantum information science, investing in and supporting tech companies in the region's Quantum Valley. It's a very good catch, Ricky. Neil Gondek took another. Wow, Neil Gondek. Unbelievable. You're going to be one of those, you're going to be one of the rock stars. You are going to be a rock star. 39 cents. Unbelievable. In Canada? Good for you, Neil. Neil Gondek, Broadcom today beat earnings. Wow, with a 200%. I guess you mean year over year. So the AI agentic agents will write the software. People still don't understand how much money Railtown can bring in. That's it. People don't understand it. We're so, that's not to make fun of people. We're just so used to these stories that we're told fizzling out. We trust the story that G-Bucks has somebody from the, the Sultan of Swing in Sheikh Bake, Abu Dhabi, and next thing it's gonna be great. But none of it really ever measures out, and so people start thinking, well, this is just another one of those. But they're not. You can explain it better than I can, Neil. But people right now, the internet's designed for people. So if I want to figure out if I want to move to somewhere, I hope that's not one of my friends retiring. I hope not. Anyway, if I want to pick a vacation, I have some vague ideas. I can scroll here, scroll there, go to whatever that one that Captain Kirk was a billionaire and he didn't sell, Priceline. I can go to another one, I can compare, and I can ask friends. But the internet for that, the applications, the advertising, the wording, the hooks, they're all designed for my eyes. When I get around to it, and if I'm not distracted. So it's efficient. It's more efficient than the yellow pages and going down to the shopping mall to visit a travel agent. And it's a big business. But imagine, and that might not be the best industry to explain it, but imagine if I create, or better yet, somebody else creates it and I just buy it, an agent that runs on my computer, and maybe computers are upgraded to be agentic, which I understand Apple's is going to be this fall. And I create an agent and I say, look, there's this girl that I want to take on a trip. She's probably seeing other guys, but there's something. And I want to invite her. She doesn't, here's our points of similar interest. She may or may not want to go the places I go, but I'm flexible. And I've talked to her. She's interested in this and this. These are the times she can take off. And I'm willing to blow 10 grand on it or whatever. That's probably not enough. It's been so long since I've done it. That's probably too small. But I can set my agent going out there and researching and designing itineraries and putting deposits down and actually spending the money I put up 24/7. They don't need glossy pictures. They don't need sales pitches. They just need code to code. And so it's more efficient. And maybe I'm using a bad example of what I mean, but the market gets bigger. They're working all the time. The market expands. And if Railtown, which is my opinion, I've tried to ask this question, I don't have the vocabulary, but I think Anthropic has created the token-to-token spending platform that's going to be universal. I forget what it's called. They've also created MDC or MBC or something, a hookup. But I think Anthropic could be the go-to token-to-token machine. And I think tokens could become the international currency, believe it or not. I think tokens will replace crypto. And if, when I asked the question, it was misunderstood, my fault, that I was saying that Railtown should go inside of Anthropic. I don't think that at all. But what if Anthropic's creating the standard so agents can spend tokens and bill tokens, and it becomes a $20 trillion, $40 trillion a year spending, and we just get a little bit of it like MasterCard does or Visa does every time someone swipes, or Apple Pay. We don't have to be inside Anthropic, but we might be part of the universal standard that allows tokens to be spent and bought. I think that's huge. But I might be being too greedy. The other thing is Snowflake is creating some sort of standard, and I'm forgetting, it's not coming to my head what it's called, but it's essentially for these harnesses, which is just keeping agents on track. That you could think of it of agents as being horses, and you put a harness on them, or you could think of it like if you have little toddlers, parents sometimes put a harness on the toddlers so you can pick them up or you can guide them, or your dog. It's about making sure that the agent doesn't get in trouble and you can trust it. And I think Snowflake is on the verge of having a de facto standard. What if Railtown's also critical to that? But again, I'm probably being too greedy. Some of it's going to be open AI, open source, until it isn't. But Railtown, because of its neutrality, because it can speak all languages, and because of its real-time ingestion, and therefore real-time nanosecond reaction time, it can become the trusted glue or the trusted rail or the trusted instructions, the trusted cop, the trusted coach, the trusted teacher, the trusted third party that the entire world relies on. Of course, I'm being greedy again. Why can't I just be happy with one data center? I don't know. But anyway, Neil's point, I think, is when AI goes agent to agent, the market is going to explode bigger. It's going to become so much bigger. And to the best of my knowledge, which is limited, and as one friend of mine said, you're just flying blind. Well, okay. It might be true. I don't think it is, but I'm not going to say that I understand every aspect of this. I think I called the financial picture of it and the financial wave of money almost to a T. It's just you can never predict what a committee's going to do. You need leadership. I don't think Telus has leadership. And even further than that, I'm not sure Canada has leadership. But in the AI space they do. They've got John Ruffalo, they is a leader. They've got, I think, Corey and Marwan are leaders. I think Dr. Tom Core and Mike Nobrega, leaders. Um, uh, so there are, but the government, I think it's kind of milk toast. So let me read this again. Broadcom's earnings are up 200%. And so the point Neil's making is people do not understand how much money Railtown can bring in as AI agenic agents start writing software. And I agree with him. Neil Gondek, I will try and recap what the dialogue from the Canadian ministers, that's Solomon, is on the topic for AI sovereign. The software that Railtown offers potentially could be what Canada utilizes within our sovereign ecosystem. Yes, and I get so greedy for more. Canada's all you need to make Railtown big. Why? Because Canada can sell its compute capacity and its IP and its AI technology around the world. I don't know that it makes sense to have a data center in Canada if your need for the data center is in Gdansk. I would think you need it closer, but the chips and the the IP, the technology, the licensing, basically, I guess that's what you would call it, licensing, can be worldwide. Ricky, Neil, congratulations. Donna, congratulations, Neil. I'm thinking with the board of directors that Railtown has, they will be going for the big bucks. See, I think Donna knows. I think that's right, Donna. E. Belanger. Wow, Neil, that's a great position. It is a great position. But guess what? He has a great position too. Ward Richardson. Good evening, William and RT crew. 5 of the 13 software companies that are partnered with Telus were mentioned at the GTC, Microsoft, Adobe, CrowdStrike, OpenText, RLAIF. Oh, mentioned at the GTC. And the 5 were Microsoft, Adobe, CrowdStrike, OpenText, RLAIF. Didn't RLAIF used to have a talk show? That's amazing. Ward Richardson. Neil Gondek, yes, I saw that today, by the way. Broadcom is also partnered with Telus. Unknown Stuntman. Hi, Uncle Bill. T. Alex, we keep saying this is a technological revolution. I think there is a revolution to control humanity. Everything from what we eat, where we live, and where we play. I think that's right. And I think T. Alex, I think the evidence is so consistent and so obvious around us that we feel like we're crazy, that it's got to be we're losing our minds. But there were thoughts, and it might, that's the thing. Any of these thoughts make you sound like a loony. You mean the flower, Lupin? You have a whole menagerie named Eric. Yes, you are a loony. So I don't know where to begin with my feelings on it. But how about I just don't go down the road other than to say there's a lot of things going on in the world which are destroying our population. It's everything from social pressures to the microplastics to the sperm counts, I guess, but also women not having children. Is that in their head? Is that what they're taught? Is it the right thing? Maybe it's to save the planet. I don't know. But then we're on the verge of a nuclear war, which is insanity. How the hell can we be here? Is it because Victoria Nuland was too young to realize what nuclear weaponry does? Oh, gosh. But then I feel badly for our big animals and our, in the United States, we're down to something like 6 inches of topsoil. We used to have this grand topsoil in the world, but we've destroyed it with industrialized farming. I read a book, a great book, by someone that I went to school with. I didn't know her that well. And she struggles with, she grew up in the South, and she struggles with how she learned that her grandparents were basically racist, white, racist Southerners. But they were very loving and good in every other way. And I can't condone that racism. But I wrote her and I suggested each generation, each epoch has its own moral issues. And we're human, but in our time, I can think of some moral issues that history's going to look back on us that are even as excruciatingly horrible as racism is. There's actually moral questions today that are even worse, like a nuclear war. There's no racism in a nuclear war. There's just death. But anyway, T. Alex, I think it's obvious that the concentration of wealth, the concentration of control, the even our 9 to 5 existence in some ways, our schooling, all of it is designed to control the population. And to what end? Is it just wealth? Maybe it's just wealth. But there's meteors hitting over the United States. I read all of his books. I couldn't finish one of them, but I read all of the others. And the newest one I haven't read. But Graham Hancock's book, the last one that I read before his book about the Americas, which I haven't read, it's just frightening as all get out. I have it now. I guess it's in storage. Otherwise, I'd read it to you. But he talks about, and I'd see this, I'd have to reread, but how in Canada, there used to be, and North America, these huge ice sheets, and that these comets hit, and that for example, he and Carlson, what's his name? Carlson, I'll think of his name, Randall Carlson, believe that for example, the Grand Canyon, but all the other big waterways that were carved in the rock in the West They didn't happen over eons. They happened when those huge ice sheets melted because of the um, comets and asteroids that hit, and then the water got backed up behind ice dams, and when they broke, it created this in a short period of time. Well, anyway, in that book, he talks about that the Earth and I guess our solar system, but it might be see, this is what I have to remember. It might be part of the solar system, but we're going into this asteroid belt again now, this 100 years. And every June, twice a year, we're at high risk. This is one of the periods to my memory. And you see these meteors hit over New England, and it brings my mind back to what his book and what his study of ancient texts, etc., rocks, drawings, and you start thinking, well, there are bigger things than our civilization. There are broader time frames. So that's that. I worry that we're going to be hit by something, because according to his research, and I think he's pretty good, although he used to smoke a lot of pot. I guess that doesn't matter. And he did ayahuasca, which I thought was fascinating, but I would never have the courage. But we're going through that now every year, and it's gonna be for a long period of time. So the odds are we are going to be hit by one of these, and it's happened in the past. So it gets you thinking of bigger pictures. Well, the other guy, and I don't know what to make of him. He's dead now, but Zecharia Sitchin, I read a few of his books and I watched his lectures, and he's a little hard to understand. But I think he was born in Israel, or he was born in Russia, but he was taught in Israel, and he early on raised his hand, and I forget what he asked. I remember what Eric von Däniken asked at his his religious class. But I think Eric von Däniken asked, and he's a believer in God, Catholic, but he asked, why did God, when he came down to get Ezekiel, why did God call him human? Human. He didn't say Ezekiel. That's what Eric von Däniken asked. And Eric von Däniken, as you know, wrote about the chariots of the gods, and he goes back to the old Indian, the nation of India, the old Indian manuscripts about the cities. And he believes there were cities surrounding our globe, spaceships, and there were wars. And maybe Ezekiel was lifted up in a loud machine to visit a spaceship. That's his interpretation. But Zecharia Sitchin had a different question, similar, and the rabbi told his mother, he can't be in our class anymore. All right. Anyway, he caused a bit of a stir. Well, that set him off on a career of studying the old texts, and then now the critics say that he makes it up, but he studied the Sumerian text, the cuneiform, and it was his life work, and he came up with, I think, a very credible story about the Anunnaki. And what I notice now is everywhere I turn, you see stories about the Anunnaki now. Anu and his two sons, Enki and Enlil, and there's a couple things that stood out that apply to our lives today. One is that they came here for gold. Their atmosphere was destroyed and they needed gold for it. And so they came to mine for gold, but they're a bunch of Generation X people moaning and complaining. So they manipulated the DNA of the animals here and created us, apparently. Uh, uh, and it goes on and on. You can get distracted. Why do we only live as long as we do when, Abraham lived 900 years? Anyway, it's all fascinating, but it's not relevant to the point I'm making. And Adam, for example, Adama is, I'm trying to remember, I think it means earth. I can't remember that right now. But they created us, and they had all the jealousies and the bickering and all of that. And so there was a war. It was a nuclear war. And they set off nuclear bombs and they left the planet. So the two fascinations of the human mind, gold, and we can't, like a moth to a light, we can't get away from our fascination at the poisonous nuclear power industry. I don't know why we're drawn to it. Our bodies can't sense it. Our whole atmosphere and magnetosphere protect us from radiation, yet we're on the suicidal race to bring these new forms of radiation into our lives. I don't get it. But anyway, I think partly it's something in our memory, but also gold. So I wonder, and I'll finish up really quickly, Alex. I wonder because, like Graham Hancock, Zecharia Sitchin believes that the grand structures from the past were about the skies and about the constellations and about the one idea that Graham has. I think I interpret it correctly. It's my idea anyway, if it's not his, is that maybe there's consciousness can travel faster than the speed of light. So if you align things, maybe there's a way of communicating. I don't know. But anyway, Zecharia Sitchin talks about planet X, the 10th planet. Now it's the 9th planet, but it has an orbit of 3,600 years or so. And it might be a solar system. It might be a twin sun that failed, or it's just a big planet. But this is where the Anunnaki live. Now, they left this planet probably in one of those cycles, according to him, and they took the gold with them because of the ill winds, the nuclear weapons, and they left. And he thinks the reason everyone, if you remember the stories of in the islands in the Pacific, when American airmen would come in and create an air base to fight the Japanese and then leave, the tribes that were still left would create bamboo or design aircraft, kind of trying to call back the gods, I guess. And Zecharia Sitchin thinks that Jerusalem was the landing point for these ships, and that he I don't know if this makes sense, but he thinks it aligns with the pyramids, the two, that's how they guided their ships down to land on the huge base of rock that's under the temples that have been built and destroyed over time. And maybe humans hang out there because they're waiting for these gods to come back. I don't know. But anyway, Zecharia Sitchin concluded, and he never quite said it before he died, but he concluded that this planet or this solar system that has an erratic orbit around the sun is coming back now. My best interpretation is that it's going to be, if he's right, is that it's going to be in the 20 years from now. But he points out that before they come, they're going to send forward ships here. And anyway, now I'll get to my point to you, Alex. These are big creatures, but there's not many of them. They're powerful, but there's not a lot of them. And so it's I know it sounds weird, but I wonder, why are we collecting wealth in just a handful of places? Is it so we can give the gold? And then why are we fascinated with all these things that are going to kill us, like nuclear weaponry or the diseases? They're going to spread these ticks, maybe. Again, that's conspiracy theory. But one explanation that's pretty simple is maybe they're coming back and they don't want 8 billion people here. Maybe. I don't know. That sounds insane, I know. But I do think it is to control. It is about control. It is about control. Apparently, Enlil wanted to kill all of creation that they created, all the people they created, us, because we were just so loud and noisy and boisterous and uncontrollable. And I guess it was Enki that prevented our extinction, but it might explain the flood. I don't know. I don't remember enough of it, so it's starting to sound even crazier than it is when Zecharia Sitchin talks about it. T. Alex, just think of all the data centers being built in the United States and around the world. Could AI finally bring peace to the world and total control of humans? See, I like how you're thinking. Yes. Have you ever noticed that literature and human thought, creativity, like movies, predicts things? It's a little bit like the Terminator. But I don't think you'll ever control all humans. I don't think you'll ever control them all. But when you combine it with Elon Musk wants to put chips in people's heads, and you have AI, and Meta has these glasses, or is it Apple? And then Apple has the watches. And then you have RFD strips and things. You can't get off the grid. The only thing that's off the grid is Ann Wagner's consolidated audit trail. It's the only thing off the grid. Everything else is on the grid. You can't drive anywhere. You're going to be in a taxi that's run by AI, and they're going to see your eyeball as you get in. How are you going to ever cheat on your husband? How are you ever going to take a break from it all and go up in the mountains? You got a good point. You got a good point. A bigger point is, T. Alex, is the view that data centers are progress. Is that true? Is it going to be better for everybody to have access to data centers? Will it be better for everyone? I like, you're pretty smart. T. Alex, congratulations, Neil. KYP, hey, Billy, you never did give me your email address. Well, the one I give out, which is now actually better than my email address because it doesn't have as much spam. Spam, 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 spam. Spamdy spam. I'll have the bacon, eggs, and spam without the spam. So it's Farrand, my name, Farrand, balanced, balanced, Farrand balanced. That helps you pronounce it correctly. Farrand balanced at Gmail. Farrand balanced at Gmail. KYP. And if you want any of my other emails, I can give them to you then. But that's actually the best one for me. My old emails, it's just page after page of spam. Neil Gondek, thank you all for the kind remarks. Just don't know how to reply. Well, I think there's a bunch of you that give great information, and you're one of them. I mean, your ideas on it's very helpful. I really appreciate it. Ed Farms, Trump is king. I don't know. He's a leader. He's a leader. Look, I voted for him 3 times. KYP is going to hate that, but I voted for him 3 times. But I think her brother might have voted for him. But it's still, I come from a generation where you can criticize someone, one action, and still respect the person. And I think what Trump did, either because of, or as he brags, he would have done it anyway. I don't know. But what he did in Iran is a blunder of such a magnitude that I think he will be defined in history by that. I think we're within 2 weeks of an energy crisis. In July, you could have gasoline lines. Do you know if the gasoline system gets drained, if everybody panicked and filled their tanks, you drain the system in 2 or 3 weeks. And you couldn't get that just-in-time gasoline system back to full for months or longer. And we're very close. I don't know about in the United States, but I don't buy the self-congratulations that we're self-sufficient in energy, because the numbers that are quoted are oil equivalents. And so when you see that we're producing whatever 21, 22 million barrels of oil a day, half of it's liquids and natural gas. And you don't put that in your gas tank. At least half of it is. And then our oil, we don't, in general, we don't have the refineries for it, which is why probably Trump went and took Venezuela. Our refineries are set up for Venezuelan crude in general. So I don't know that we're self-sufficient, but the rest of the world, a lot of it isn't self-sufficient. And the longer the Straits of Hormuz are closed, you're going to see disruptions and dislocations around the world for oil and natural gas, but also fertilizer and some of the other products that come out of the cracking system. Iran apparently attacked Kuwait today. Maybe they just attacked one of our bases. I don't know. They may be attacking Israel, and we get upset. You know, we're upset at Hezbollah and Lebanon, and saying that they're being, whatever the words are, terrorists, or they're attacking Israel. But Israel attacked them first, just now, just recently. I don't, it's the biggest kabuki I've ever seen, both being the victim and the victimizer. I wish I could do it. No, I don't. I don't want to be a victimizer. I don't want to be a victim either. But anyway, I agree with you that Trump, if you're meaning it that way, that Trump has been a great leader. There's a lot of things he does very well. But he took one risk too far. Now, if he pulls back quickly, maybe we can get away without a too damaging energy crisis. But I think there's going to be an energy crisis this year. And it could be what sends the world into the depression. Markets are hard to predict, but it's always something nobody expects. Always. And I don't think anybody on the planet expected Donald Trump to finish out George W. Bush's agenda. The new American century of Wolfowitz and Cheney and the rest of that horrible group of people. No, I don't think, if you polled the entire planet, I doubt 5% would have believed that Donald Trump would finish out George W. Bush's agenda. But he did. Maybe that's the surprise that's going to lead to the Great Depression. But that's what I think, unfortunately, is ahead for Trump, is ignominy. And I regret it, because I think he could have stood for so much more. I think he has a grander vision, but I think by listening to Netanyahu's crap, um, he's destroyed it. And I don't think he has the power of a king. And I think we're going to lose the midterms. And I think KYP's favorite person up there, I think AOC will be your next president. I know people think, oh, she's dumb. She's not dumb. She's like George W. Bush. He wasn't dumb. She plays dumb. And she played her sexual allure about as far as she could. But it was powerful for a while. But she also has the dramatic ability to steal the cameras and steal attention and the focus. There's only one other person that does it better. It's Donald Trump. There is no politician out there today that can steal the attention the way AOC can, other than Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what the message is. People remember her standing and crying at the fake wall, wearing tax the rich and smiling, saying that all Republicans want to hop her bones. It gets the attention. And you don't even remember who she was running against. So I'd be really careful. If your comment is negative, I'd be really careful. You might get what you wish for. And oh my gosh, can you imagine AOC? KYP, hey Billy, do you think Finger is going to $5 like Cam said? No, I don't. Tomorrow. But I've got to caveat that, KYP. Ham is a powerful salesman in the good sense, and he's a very hard worker. And he is not afraid of making phone calls. He'll make 400 a day. And in that kind of thing, he could cause Finger Motion to go to 5 in the short run, sure. He might also, the other thing about him, even though he doesn't read a prospectus, he doesn't read, I should stop the sentence there. Probably he doesn't read. But he does other things very well. I mean, racquetball. He remembers people and conversations. He remembers ticker symbols. He can remember the pattern of trading. So his brain efforts are different than sitting down and studying a research report. He might read a few things on it. Because it doesn't matter, when you're trading on Wall Street, actually reading all that is not your priority. Your priority is reading the crowd, reading people's emotions, maybe getting the crowd of traders to go in a direction. It's not all of that. So it's a very short-term focus in that sense. But I think he's also been fighting this so long that he is effective at making Finger go up when there's something there. But it's almost 10 o'clock. I did a lot of studying on that Finger news today, and I cannot bring it up. Well, let me see how many comments there are. I might be able to if you're still here. Just hang on. Let me finish these, and let me see if I can get those comments for you. I think it's going to be too hard. What I'll do, KYP, is promise to bring it up tomorrow. But it was negative in the analysis that I got. It took a while for me to ask the questions. It was largely negative on fingers, so I decided I didn't want to show it today. On NRGV, on the alternatively, or on the other hand, it was much more constructive, even though Goldman Sachs has a $2 target price. It pointed out that Goldman Sachs's analysts kept raising the price to $2. So, and you've seen if you've been watching, that particular computer brain just keeps coming back at me as it saying, I'll give you the honest, a little bit harsh on some of the Railtown message too, but I show that. But I didn't want to show the harsh message on finger today because I know today's news was important. And I know that Ham is probably in the middle of one of his campaigns, and he can be effective with it. And the money can be made. Money can be made. But if you want my belief, and I'm not criticizing Ham and I'm not criticizing Finger, and the reason I studied it today is it's just a headline, and it brings the AI buzz to Finger. It's not concrete. So that's my reaction to the news. I've met with Martin Shen many times, and I've met with the investors. And Martin is smart enough and presents extremely well that I think he could go create a data center business and could do it in China. And it would be up the team's alley to do it. There's been a gold rush to data centers, but data centers have not yet proven to be profit centers. And that's the whole thesis, my thesis behind Railtown. In order to make those data centers and the whole NVIDIA investment, the whole HPE, the whole large language model investment, you need the inference layer. You need the orchestration layer. They have several names for it. But it's what Railtown does. And I think there's more chance of Railtown going from 30 cents to $35 fundamentally. Like what was that stock the other day, 3 weeks ago, began with an A? Some computer company, darn it. Darn it, I can see it, but I can't remember it. But it went from it came public at maybe $10 or $12, and then it went down to maybe $3 or $4, and from around $5 or $6, something got announced, and all of a sudden it went to $42. I just can't remember the name right now. But that's what I think can happen with Railtown. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but that kind of move, simply on awareness and simply on announcement of something, suddenly could set off a frenzy of buying from people we don't even know. A finger motion Um, KYP, that financing that Finger Motion took is toxic. Now, if you read it, it doesn't say who created it. It doesn't say who funded it, but it is toxic. If you read it, Ham's not telling. I mean, Ham's accurate to say that it's capped, I think, at 12 million shares in the formula of the financing. It's capped there because there's some sort of rule that I've never heard of before. At 19.99% issuance. But if you're skeptical and you don't trust anybody, like, is it I or me? Like I don't? I guess like I. Could be like me, though. I don't know. Like I, me. If you read it more closely, you're not allowed to go beyond that 12 million shares unless you get board approval. And it even says in there, an attorney could say that the board gave approval. So I think there's a great battle going on, KYP, between, let's just call it the Anson funds, the toad on the short side. And look, Jeff Easton had 4 funds, and it's pretty clear one of them's the Anson fund. But do I know that for a fact? No. But they got Philip Levissier, the turd, who's from Toronto there. I'm sure it's because of, I'm not sure. It's an educated guess that he's there representing the toad. But make no mistake about it, the financing they took is toxic. Now, that doesn't mean they can't work their way out of it like they did the last time. That doesn't mean they can't have revenue and not reach that 19.9%. But I wonder if I can show it to you tonight. I don't know if I can. Darn it. It's so late. I feel like I'll do it tomorrow, KYP. Or maybe you can give me your phone number so I don't have to get everyone worked up on it while Ham is trying to, I think for the benefit of shareholders, trying to get some momentum there. That's the battle. They have to get above $1 to stay listed. And they have to stay above something like 49 cents in all the issuance of shares before they, I'm trying to remember how the formula worked, but before they have to go beyond 19.99%. Once they go beyond that, you know, it could be quite scary on the downside. But that's true of all these stocks. And Ham has the ability to get enough buyers, and there are enough buyers in Finger Motion to get the momentum going, and that's your swing. Your swing is the battle. That's the back and forth of the battlefield. Now, what could happen, and Ham may know, is some other transaction going on with finger motion. I certainly think they have the data capability and capacity and the relationships to make data centers work. But I don't think it's a quick fix. I don't think it's a quick fix. And I don't think it's anything definitive right now. So I think the risk is very high, KYP. And no, I don't think it's going to $5. They might turn on the machines. That's the one thing. Ham may or may not know about that, but the same group of investors that made one of the stocks go up I don't know, months ago, and another one go up more recently, they're there, and they could make it happen. They could make it happen. But are you going to trade it properly? If it were me, and I don't want to speak against Ham's strategy, if it were me with Finger, I would take advantage of this rally to exchange 1 share of Finger for 3 shares of Railtown. That's what I would do. So I'd be booking my loss, and I would plan on holding Railtown for 31 days. And then if you really want to be back in Finger, I think in 31 days, Railtown is going to be over $1. But famous last words, right? I mean, I've been saying higher numbers for a few months, but I think if you can wait 60 days, I think Railtown's $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. And at that time, let's say Railtown goes to $1. So your 3 shares triple. You could sell one of those shares at that time at $1 and come back and buy your original position in Finger Motion. And if the data centers work out, you'll get that benefit over the long run. And you'll have booked your losses as well. And losses are valuable, by the way. I think that's what I would do. But then, KYP, I know you didn't ask about it, but there's a guy here who owns Energy Vault, and I really think he should sell his Energy Vault and buy Railtown. But he held on to Energy Vault when it was higher, and I told him to sell and buy Railtown. At that time, he could buy 600,000 shares of Railtown. Well, then Energy Vault went down, and Railtown actually went up, and I forget now. He was able to buy something a lot less, like 425 or 450,000 shares. And I said, do it anyway. But now, because he waited, so he's smarter than I am, he can get 600,000 shares again. But I got to check that for sure. I don't know where Energy Vault. Last night, Energy Vault was $6. All right, it's 586. So he can essentially get 600,000 shares. I would do it there too. But I looked up Energy Vault. And Energy Vault is different than Finger Motion. Energy Vault totally, I think, was on the come in terms of its original plan. And you know what? I think I was right, because they've changed their model. They have changed their business model. So what I thought about it a year or so ago, it's different now. They got a large financing. Of course, it's Yorkville. I don't trust Yorkville. But if Energy Vault were to get 1 or 2 or 3 big contracts in addition to their backlog, they could turn positive in their cash flows and not be burning, but accruing cash flow. And their big leveraged financial play, they can start bringing that leverage under control and collecting cash flow. So I think actually, although I don't trust it, it's very hard to find that Yorkville has given them a toxic note. I just don't trust it. I don't trust Yorkville. I just think it's buried somewhere. But given everything that's available, it looks like Energy Vault can benefit from big contracts, and who knows, you know. So those were kind of my reactions to the research. Is Energy Vault might have something, but I still think it's flip of the coin risk. I think Finger Motion is in for the fight of its life. And while everybody else gets enthusiastic and is buying, I wouldn't have a high target KYP. If it went to 5, oh my gosh, I'd get out. Maybe you layer out. Maybe you take some out and have higher prices. Because if anybody can make a move, Ham can. And there's other investors that can too. And maybe Ham knows something that's coming up. Other news, other than that news. I don't know. But you got to know the financing is toxic, unfortunately. It's a little cleverer than the Lynn Partners deal. But and if I remember, they only netted little over $3 million. Last time they netted, did they net 5 million last time? Because they did another smaller offering. I didn't look at it today, but I'm not sure their 3 million is going to last all year, unless they get meaningful higher revenues somewhere. And anyway, KYP, my biggest problem with the whole short squeeze theory, which I only learned about 1.5 years ago, is that Bill Clinton made it legal. And in fact, it's essentially mandatory. I don't know if Obama had anything to do with it, but during the time of Obama, all brokerage firms put you in type 2 instead of type 1. In other words, everything's held in street name at the DTCC. Everything is held in street name. What's given to you in your account is a security entitlement. And as long as there's no run on the bank, we just look at our statements just like we look at our Chase Bank statements. When you look at your Chase Bank statement, you assume the money's there. It isn't. There's no money in the vault. very little. And in fact, I believe one of the reasons we're at war around the world is to save our banking system and maybe our security system too, our bond system, because we're all leveraged to the hilt and we need more assets. We don't have to control the assets. Oh, the copper mine, the mountain, the largest single source of copper in the world in Afghanistan, which we got in a battle for, China has it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We went in and liberated it for China. But we don't need to own that copper mountain. We just need to lend the money that uses that mountain as collateral. And then that collateral is in our Western banking system, and we can set about leveraging that 10 to 1. We can leverage that 100 to 1. And I think that's why we're at war. Ignoring all my crazy theories before. So when you get these securities entitlements, they're just black and white in your account. And occasionally, a brokerage firm might have to go buy shares to honor some distribution, or there might be situations where there's a little bit of run, but they pretty much have it under control. And it's all electronic. There's no physical anymore. So there's no run on the bank. And if for some reason there's a short-term loss, you buy the stock, you sell it, they'll give you cash, you leave the cash in the account, you go buy something else. They're going to make it back. But things appear in the firm's error account. And as long as they don't let you know that they've leveraged up their street name block of stock, no one's the wiser. Now, what I think is going on in Finger and has gone on is that stock's all up in street name. Everybody that's been buying it gets the securities entitlement. And Ham could be entirely plausibly correct that, the multiple is 5 or 10 times to one share right now. I don't think he's ever put it that way, but just doing the arithmetic for how many shares he sees as short. But they've put all sorts of rules in there, KYP. They can now destroy the records after 3 years. I just found that out recently. They can, you can cross the stock at the end of the day and close out your day, and the regulators don't think you shorted a thing. You can hide it offshore. Or if you're a big hedge fund like the Anson funds, you can go to Univest and get them to do a financing, and then you take 90% of the financing. Univest took something like 90%. Sorry. The Toad took 90%, something like that, of that last deal a year and a half ago. So you get it in another situation. And of course, the company hasn't. I really think a year and a half ago, the company could have gone for the bold, which might be what Energy Vault has done. But they didn't. I think they could have really become a bigger company. But my thoughts on that were the C2 contract, the command and control contract. Maybe that was never as big as what we thought it was, or what I was told it was. So maybe that's why they didn't do it. What Wall Street is legally allowed to do here in the United States, I assume in Canada, but also in Europe, what Wall Street is legally allowed to do because of Clinton, George Bush, the Congress and Red Show, Obama, and the attorneys that pushed through the changes, is that those securities entitlements are little chits you have in your account. But when Obama broke the banks into the retail side, which is just asset gatherers, they might as well be insurance salesmen. And then the prime broker, the stock loan desk, this side he allowed to become insured by the FDIC. So all those men in New York that leverage everything up and they don't want to pay taxes through these schemes, and they want us to bomb every country in the Middle East on behalf of Israel. They don't pay taxes. They got bailed out by the taxpayers under Obama. It started under Bush, but Obama didn't put anybody to even put them in the witness stand. So what they're allowed to do, and it was a steady encroachment over a decade, over 15 years. What they're allowed to do with the stock loan desk and these so-called market makers, they're not real market makers. They're there just so it qualifies for Red Show. The brokerage firms are allowed to create derivative contracts. A derivative contract is just any kind of arrangement that at its core is the original shares. But the derivative part is you're betting on the direction of the price, you're creating a put, you're guaranteeing, you're giving insurance. But essentially, they're just big bets leveraged with the collateral. That's the key word here, KYP. What is now legal is that the prime broker side, the stock loan side, can create derivatives that collateralize the stock that's held in street name, and they can collateralize it multiple times if their clients will let them. They can lend it out 10 to 1 or 100 to 1 because Bill Clinton made it legal. It's not illegal. What is illegal is the collusion, the communication, the spoofing, and lying, the fraud. That's all illegal. But the creation of the hypothecation and the rehypothecated and the rehypothecated and the derivative contracts and the hedges to what they're doing so that the stock loan desk can make profit after profit after profit, it's all legal. What they have to control is a run on the bank. So what a lot of the people Ham knows can do is on the long side, they can pay a trading desk $5 million, and that trading desk can then hook into all their computers worldwide, the buy side high frequency computers, and try to go toe to toe against the sell side high frequency computers. But it's the 5 million is not enough. They need to put up 50 million, $100 million, $200 million that can be traded back and forth by the high frequency buy side computers to give the illusion of major buying. But you know what? The computers recognize each other. They're just dumb computers. So it's the human beings that come in, and human beings as a herd, we can have fear and greed, or we can sit and chew our cud, I guess. But we swing. And if it can start to move and start showing the unpredictability of individual orders, then the buy side computers can leverage that and fool the sell side computers temporarily. And they just pull back. They expand their range of bid and ask. They pull back. They don't sell as much. And they wait. And then they're always probing by selling stock. And when they feel an air pocket, then they pile on. But right now, they're pulling back as finger motion goes up. They're pulling back. They're not as aggressive. So the question is, does finger go to $5 before they start hammering it? Or is $1.05 it? $1.12? I don't know. No one can know. Because if a group of investors or an investment bank like Univest based in Hong Kong, offshore somewhere, is turning on the apparatus to create false buying signals, which I'm all for, because the SEC does not enforce the rules when it comes to the criminals, because the SEC is bought and paid for by the criminals. And the criminals are our own funds. And I hate to say it, most of them are advising Donald Trump right now. Letnick, Ziegel, whoever runs Goldman Sachs, Blankenfeld. I don't see the way out. So you want to know what's the worst thing, KYP? If your brokerage firm goes bust in some sort of cataclysm, the person or the entity who used the street name finger motion shares as collateral for a derivative can call that collateral, can suck it out of the eventual bankruptcy estate immediately without permission from a judge. And there's no attorney for the good guy's side that can stop it. And in that situation, you're left with a chit. You were left with a claim, unsecured, that's all you have now, an unsecured claim on a pool of stock that changes in size, but you have no right to the collateral. So you get in line. And when the brokerage firm goes completely bust, you end up with nothing. That's how it's set up, KYP. And it's my opinion that other than that mechanism I just described, which is extremely powerful, it's an extremely powerful mechanism. If a group of longs collude and cheat and break the rules, just like the entirety of Wall Street is doing, every single one of these funds at an arm's length is benefiting, or the majority, in my opinion. But I do not think, KYP, that there are buy-ins of stock that have been shorted. I used to think that. It used to be that way. But the forces on Wall Street, the attorneys and the big pools of money and the regulators have over time boiled the frog. And all that's left is a bunch of droopy legs. And we keep hoping it's the way it was before Ham left Wall Street, the way it was before I left the heart of Wall Street. But it's just not. You have asset gatherers who tell their clients to give it to this manager, put it in this ETF, maybe this mutual fund, and they might have a small portfolio of the MAGA 8 stocks. But they're not trading these stocks. There's no research on these stocks. So KYP, I did not listen to what Ham has said about Finger. And I would really give credit to him for the ability to move the stock upward. I would give credit to him for knowing something might be coming. I certainly don't know that. And I would also give credit to his knowledge maybe of what other investors are doing. And so, KYP, it used to be, which is what it should be right now for Railtown, by the way. It used to be that the markets, as the price of stocks went up with news, it strengthened the company because they could do a financing, or they could acquire somebody, or they just rest on their laurels for a while. But now the big pools of funds suck all of that out for their greed, so they can get the performance on their 10 and 15 trillion dollar pools of money. And it's just gotten so destroyed. The market isn't real anymore, at certainly under $1 billion stock prices. But I didn't expect this question, and I don't want to disrupt what Ham's trying to do. I think he has always allowed people to have different opinions. It doesn't scare him. So on the one hand, I guess I'm throwing up a big caution sign on finger motion. But I think it's a little unpredictable to the upside. There could be upside there. I didn't look at the chart. So let me promise to you, I'll show you what I researched. I'll get a chart for tomorrow, and we can go over it. But sure, at any given time, enthusiasm can run a stock. So if you don't want to just sell into it at $1.10, maybe go ahead and put some orders out above the market and try to get your money back. I don't know what you paid for it. But finger motion has had a series of runs, and we don't get out. We don't get out. And I think you got to start seeing finger as that, as a series of waves, where as it runs up, you can get out and redeploy your money, get out. Personally, I would take my losses and buy Railtown. I'm not trying to talk against him. I think Railtown is on the verge of 10 to 30x just to catch up with being properly priced. And once it does that, if awareness leads it over a period of time, it could go much, much higher. I mean, just numbers that do not sound sane right now. So that's what I would do, because I think Railtown's on the verge of that. It's not manipulated. There's no news story and then hoping for big buyers and it's going to catch and there's a buy in. There could be a short squeeze. I hope not, because it'll shake a lot of people out. But that's what I would do. I have much more confidence. I would say 85 to 95% confidence that Railtown will be between $1 and $10 by, let's say, September 15th, September 30th. Well, just the low end of that gets your money back. And that's how I would look at it, KYP. I would take down how much have I lost in finger and maybe others. And I'd pick a number like, let's say you lost 100 grand in finger, and that's it. Let's say it's just 100 grand in finger. I would pick as a target, I would pick $3.50 or $5, but let's say $3.50. $100,000 loss divided by $3.50 would mean you need to buy essentially 30,000 shares of Railtown. Well, 30,000 shares of Railtown are going to cost you 10 grand. They're going to cost you 9 grand. It's a lot of money. But if you add that 9 grand to the 100 grand, 109 grand now, you would need your Railtown, which you'll have 30,000 shares. You would need your Railtown to go to $3.63. That would make back, in my example, everything you lost in finger motion and the money that you paid for Railtown. And do you know what? Without boring everybody here listening, I think 363, I think it's only a matter of time that the stock goes to $36.33. And then not only do you make all your money back, you make tremendous green for your pain and suffering. Now, if you want to go back into finger, you can with just a small portion of your account. But I guess my strategy is just to get out of the mire, get out of a stock shouldn't be that hard to understand and that the financing that terrible. I think you got to escape it. Now, how it helps him is later on when the stock is up, Railtown, people can take money out and they'll have money to come in and buy finger motion, the next run on finger motion, and that'll help him. The other thing we can do is set up a association or a lobbying firm, and we can fund it with our pennies, and because we're going to have a lot of money. Anyway, that's what I would do. I would do it even with NRGV too, because I don't think NRGV is going to give you 10x from here. But you know what NRGV could do is get to 15, I guess, with contracts. But I think Railtown can get to 15 just with awareness. But anyway, you didn't ask me to pitch you on Railtown. Hey, Billy, do you think Finger is going to go to $5 tomorrow, like Cam said? Your thoughts, please. Look, if he is calling for $5 tomorrow, he may know something about what big investors are doing, or he may know something about some other event. I guess there's three things you can do, KYP. One is just sell and buy Railtown, like I said, but that might not grab your boat. And number two, you could buy more Finger or buy calls and help the momentum that Ham is setting up, because that momentum does have its effect. And maybe the stock runs to 5 and then you sell. You could do that. Or instead of selling tomorrow, you could just put out some GTC orders and put them out in stages. And if it runs, you're getting out. But I'm suddenly just dead tired at 10:38. So I'm going to beg off. I don't know any inside scoop of news or anything on Finger, but I don't think it's a good bet. I think Railtown is an exceptional bet. Energy Vault, I think it's a flip of a coin. It'll be solid. It'll be, and it'll be there. I think Energy Vault will be there in a month, in 60 days, in October. And if it's $10 to buy it then, it's $10 to buy it then. But by owning Railtown, you can take something that's been suppressed and it's completely the wrong price. And I think you can see 10x or 100x, and that might not be it. I don't want to go there yet. Without a squeeze, you don't have to worry about it falling back, and you can sleep at night. But also, if you take in my example, where you lost 100,000, you added 9, so it's 110,000 at 336. Well, if you take that 100 some odd thousand, and Railtown, based on the revenues, could be a $36 stock, that's 10 times your money from 100,000. That's $1 million. And so in a month, or maybe it takes 6 months, or maybe the timing we can't know for sure. But when it's $1 million and a quarter, well, then you can peel off 100,000 and go buy 10,000 shares of NRGV at 10, and you got your same position, but you got all this Railtown too. Or you could peel off 50,000 and go buy 10,000 shares of Finger Motion if you wanted. But you still got this huge account, which is Railtown. And I just think KYP for me, and I didn't preach the message for Finger. I preached it for how to make money back on MMTLP. I just think that's the way out of this hell. We should not be trading these stocks. This is not a real stock market. I don't include Railtown in that list. And maybe maybe Energy Vault's going to avoid that list too. I don't know enough about it. But I'll go over it tomorrow, KYP. I certainly would remember that when finger motion has volume and the price is going up, everybody wants to keep buying. Every single time at some point when you look back, that was the time to sell. And I would take advantage of that if it happens again. Sorry for the long answer. Ricky Brogan. KYP, if finger goes to 5, I would definitely sell. Ricky Brogan. New day rules could start as soon as tomorrow. I don't think it's a question of settlement. You're just settling security as entitlements. I think it's a question of how do you create a run on the bank? And you can't unless a group of wealthy guys get together with the guidance of an investment bank and they bribe the trading desk and they bribe buy-side computers to cheat and beat, and then you pay a bunch of promoters in between, and then the mania comes, and then it could work. And it has worked. That has happened. Kenny Griffin did it once when he got caught. And I guess there are times where there is a short squeeze and a run on the bank without all that, because there are from time to time some short squeezes. But you got to be honest with yourself. Are you going to trade it properly? Are you going to get in? Are you willing to wait? As it goes up, are you going to sell? Are you going to wait too long? It's just, they all look great when you look at the charts. But I don't know many people that trade them that well. You don't have to trade Railtown. You just have to own it. But anyway, KYP didn't ask me for me to pitch her on Railtown. I was just giving my solution. But I don't know, Ricky. I don't think settlement is the issue. I really don't. I think they've elided settlement. All they have to do is give you another security entitlement. So whether it happens on the same day or T+1 or T+2, they got it all rigged, I think. Ricky Brogan. The SEC and FINRA officially eliminated the longstanding pattern day trading rule, scrapping the 25,000 minimum equity requirement and the strict 4-day trade limit. I didn't know that. My brain is moving in slow motion. That just brings more pigs and piglets into the slaughterhouse, as far as I can tell. And it just helps the bad guys, doesn't help the good guys. I don't think it's good for retail, but can I reserve the right to look into it first before I make my judgment? Ricky, this will cause volatility. Yes, I agree with that. And they'll steal your money. Harbison, added. Wow, Harbison. I'm glad I waited. That's a big addition. Wow, congratulations. That's awesome. Congratulations. That was worth the whole night. Donna M says, Harbison, congratulations. I agree with Donna. Harbison, thanks, Don. I'm amazed we've all had the opportunity to get the positions we now have. T. Alex, congratulations, Harbison. Harbison, thanks, T. Alex. One day closer to what? Ricky Brogan, Harbison, congratulations. Harbison, William, you killed me yesterday with Kamala Harris joining the RT board. Well, you need those Venn diagrams. You have a Venn, Canada, Cuba, United States. Harbison, thanks, E. Harbison, thanks, Ricky. Volstoy King. Afternoon, everyone. Volstoy King. Hope everyone loaded up at 27. There's the braggart. The braggart. Did anyone buy at 27? Did it get to 27 on the ask? Unless it gets there on the ask, you're not guaranteed at 27. So it's good for him to brag, but I'm not sure how much volume got off at 27. Now, in his defense, if you credit anything with a 27 handle, and I've already given credit to Volstoy King, he did call that the thing was going to, in other words, I'm not holding him to exactly 27 cents. It did get well under 28. So I think that was a good read. It's a short-term read, but it's a good read. Volstoy figure is not going to $5 no matter the story. Markets don't care about feelings. I have to agree with that. KYP, thanks, Billy, for your feedback. KYP, I'm in MMTLP and finger. I see you're saying I will sell it if it goes to 5. I don't know that you will. You didn't before. But I think the hardest decision is, and it is hard. It is hard. Is just selling it when there's volume. And my feeling on finger is if it gives you a respite, it gives you an uplift, and it gives you volume, just sell it and take the loss. Haven't you learned as much as you're going to learn? The problem is if you sell it at $1.20 or $1.10, I don't know where it's trading, and it goes to 5, you're going to go, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But if it goes to 5 and you're riding your bike and you come back and it's at 375, you're not going to sell it at 375. You're going to wait till it goes to 5. It may never go to 5, and then it may drift down. So it's easy to look back and say, oh, I should have done that. But the fact is, there's very few scenarios where you can look back and say you would have gotten it 100% beautifully well done. And I think the clock is ticking. I mean, this guy got lucky with his charting, but remember, he has an advantage. He's a day trader, and the shorts use the same charts. Those computers use the same charts. It's not hard to read the chart and say, oh, it looks like it counts down here. 27 was the lowest support on the chart that I remember seeing. But the charts aren't going to mean doodly squat if the cows at Telus can ever get away from their committees and their meetings and their decisions and their votes and let the bull run the company for a little while. Anyway, MMTLP, if you're in MMTLP, That's a complete write-off. Now, there's a possibility for a payoff, and it sounds really good for that. But I think you got to move it to NextBridge. NextBridge is going to, at the transfer agent, they're going to be able to print $15. So if you have your shares at the transfer agent, you're going to get a statement. Now, the only hesitation is it's really a private company, even though it's SEC reporting. Will the transfer agent say we don't want to put that price there? I say no, they won't do it that way. Why? Because I think Greg will put pressure, honest, legitimate, not illegal, saying, hey, we just raised $500 million at $15. You better put that. That's the recent price. And so you're going to get a statement that says $15 on your NextBridge shares. That's going to make people feel good, if I'm right. They're going to feel great about it. And I think NextBridge can be a company that goes over $100 a share. Not right away. I'm not talking short squeeze mania, but it'll pay dividends. It'll be a great anchor to an energy portfolio. I think it's a great 5-year, 10-year hold. It'll be nice to people to make money back, but you can't own MMTLP. If there's a settlement or resolution, it'll apply to everybody, whatever stock they own. But yeah, if you get $5 in finger, I hope you get it. I think Railtown will be at $5 before finger is. But I'm not saying that Railtown's going to $5 tomorrow. Ward Richardson. Well done, Harbison. Okay, so here's Volstoy King again. Some liquidity at 27.75 technically. Guys, this is all a circle jerk. The computers use the same technical patterns as these day traders use and as the buy computers use. It does work. I've shown you, I get the technical charts correct as often as I get them wrong, but it won't mean a thing if Telus suddenly decides to stop committee meetings and say, you know what, why don't we do something? And if what they do is to announce that Rimouski and Kamloops have the Vera Rubin chips designed for agentic AI, and we're gonna start a countrywide campaign to move our 20 million in revenue customers, move a quarter of them over to our new data centers, both for the green energy and for the efficiency and for the productivity. But we are now committed to being an AI powerhouse. If someone just grabbed them by the, what do you grab women by that doesn't piss them off and get them mad at Trump? You can grab the men by the balls and tell them, let's get a decision made. I don't think you can do that with the women. You probably have to have a meeting, set it up in advance, and not a long meeting maybe, but you have a meeting. I don't know. I'm being mean. That all of them, though, they've got to grow a pair and actually do something at Telus. And if that happens, Tolstoy King, your 0.2775, technically some liquidity, isn't going to mean shit. But you're right. I give you credit. It came back to that price. It's not a hard call. If there's no news, which you didn't know that, I didn't know that, but I thought news could come at any time. I still do. But you're dealing with Canada and a bunch of feel good, make sure everyone's happy in the room, and oh, are you okay? And you got to pick up your kids. And well, that was a good meeting. Let's get back together next Friday. Well, I can't make it. I'm on. All right. Well, let's get together the following Thursday. Is that good for everyone? Okay. We'll see you in 10 days. And nothing gets done. Well, in that environment, every day they sell, they sell, they sell, they sell, they sell, they sell. How hard is it to call that it's going down? It isn't. It isn't. And I have given you credit for saying 27. I'm not impressed with this call. The bloody stock's 28. Well, there's some liquidity down at 27.75 technically. Wow, man, that's impressive. Guys, I think you can tell that I think you should buy Railtown regardless of the price. I think you can tell that I think you should sell all of the other speculative stocks, regardless of the name, regardless of the story, and buy Railtown. Now, there's the other ideas I have out there, other stocks, other investments. But there's no question to me that Railtown is mispriced. All that is missing is evidence. All that's missing is awareness. All that's missing is a lifting of the material non-public blocking information, blocking buying. It's all that's missing. Until then, Tolstoy King's friends, every day, sell. Read that 52,500? That guy's been selling every day since it was 70 cents on the ask. He's hapless. He can't get it off. So I think you should sell all the crappy stocks, even the ones that seem good, and buy Railtown. Now, if Railtown does what I say, 10x, 20x, 30x, even more, well, then I think everybody can go back and listen to Tolstoy King's calls where he sees liquidity. If you want to be trapped to a computer the rest of your life and waste your existence on this beautiful blue planet looking at charts and seeing where liquidity is, be my guest. I don't think most of you want to do that. I certainly don't. It's not that hard to read a chart. This isn't genius that Tolstoy King brings. What he's bringing is he doesn't want you to be, well, I mean, I don't know. He didn't say. He didn't say. But my sense of him is he doesn't want you making money in Railtown, and he doesn't want you getting away from. I really burned myself and it's hurting. He doesn't want you to be getting away from this hot money story that you can read charts, and that's where they abuse you. Can you get out of the shooting den? Can you get away from the pushers? Can you get away from your addiction? I'll say a prayer for you because that's the only thing that ever worked with any of the people I knew in my life that needed help with addiction. Needs God's intervention, not mine. All right, I'm going to sign off. I congratulate all of you. I give credit to Tolstoy King for calling the 27-ish price when the stock was 30. And it's pretty impressive. Very, really impressive. Stock was 30, 31. He looked at the chart. It's amazing. But anyway, I do give him credit. I do give credit to the gentleman that owns a bunch of NRGV. It's back at 6, but he's still frozen. He could buy 600,000 shares of Railtown, but it's not good enough for him. I don't know what else to say. One of these days, I'll be able to tell you guys, please let me go on vacation and don't listen to Dan Borders and Frank Benedetto. Please don't go put your money into some other crap stock. And they'll say, do your own due diligence. I made money in it. Oh, God. Don't you want to get away from it all? I do. All right, I'm going to sign off. I need to get some Z's. And KYP, I'll try to do that tomorrow. I don't want to be negative on those stocks, though. So anyway, we'll see. All right, see you on the morrow.